Hello and welcome. I know I'm all by myself at the moment, so that's fine because, you know, we need to get started somehow. Oh, fuck. That's what I forgot to do. Sugar. Oi. I'm going to have to, there we go. Oh, morning. I know it's a Tuesday. We're not used to being here on a Tuesday, are we? But good morning. Good morning. I wore makeup this weekend. I went out and my face is just, I've had a bad reaction. I've had a very bad reaction to that. So I also have to do a bit of fiddling and messing around with this background, but good morning. Oh, I am going to set up the TikTok live stream as well so we can let everybody know that we're here and we're having a chat. I did post a little video before explaining what I want to talk about today. I am sorry about yesterday. Oh, disconnect. I don't want that. Yep. 3 notifications. What's going on? Oh.
They do military contracts?
Shit.
So, did you know 3M, as in the producer of stick?
Yeah. Alrighty, here we go. TikTok. Here we go. Hey, good morning. Okay, right, no, I've already responded to that. Sorry, I keep looking to check if there's another message up there. I feel bad. I don't know what it is. Does the lighting seem to have gotten better? I haven't done anything, but the lighting seems to have improved. Maybe the sun went behind a cloud and it's just Tuesdays are for the breakdowns. There we go. Oh, what's that? Ew. What is that? No. What is that? What is that? That was bizarre. I am like, I should do this before I actually get going on, shouldn't I? I should be doing this before I get on. I am going to do there we go. Why is it doing this? Settings. I don't want it to be red. How do I stop it from being red? Why is it red? Why is it red? I'm very, very, like, my display has just gone completely backward. I don't know what I'm doing. I was supposed to be on live like an hour and a half ago. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. It's okay. I just accidentally put a little filter on. It's okay. I figured it out. Here we go. Tuesdays. There we go. All right. Fixed it. Sorted. Kind of sorted. Maybe I should put a bra on. I don't know. Maybe I should put a bra on. So, today, meanwhile, where is my tissue box? Oh, holy mackerel. Do you know what? I just... I'm feeling so all over the place. I think it's because of this weekend. I'm going to say it's because of this weekend. So I went out this weekend and I had a good time. I don't know, but I was feeling a little bit seedy this morning still. I was feeling very seedy yesterday. Sorry about yesterday. Could not make it onto the live stream yesterday. Hello, welcome. So here today though, we're back at it. I wanted to come on yesterday, but it just wasn't going to happen. All right, where have I put my tissue box? Ah! All right, now I have the dress. Do we want to see the dress? Hey, Stephen. Do we want to see this dress? This is what I got so far. Hey. She's coming. Ah! So this is the dress. So far, we've got the dress here. Now, I had said I was going to be hand sewing it. Good morning. Hello. So I had said I was going to be hand sewing it on live today while we did a little bit of a story time. But I don't know. I'm loving it. I'm loving it so far. I'm loving what I've got. It's afternoon. No, it's not, Kim. It is not. It's still the morning. I have 33 minutes left of morning. Hey, Kellyanne. Yeah, my God, TikTok does suck. I am also on, I'm on the other places too. Don't worry. I am going to turn so you can see what I'm working on though. I'm going to turn it so you can see what I'm working on. 33 minutes left of morning. Yeah. Oh, ignore that. But look at that. So that is the whole front of it is complete. So that's the front of the dress. It's 100% sorted. And then I'm just showing the TikTok the dress. I'll be back over onto the Twitch in a second. And that's the back. Yeah, getting there. It's 1:30 p.m. in the correct GMT. Oh, okay. No worries. So, yeah, and, hey, loving the lines. Thank you very much. I'm very impressed with my lines too. I'm just going to turn the Twitch camera so the Twitch camera can see as well. So that's it done now. That's the back. And this is the front. I am loving it too. So my dear friend Belle has actually suggested that if I can get it finished in the next month, we might be able to go to the NAIDOC ball. We might be able to, like, she has said that she will take me to the NAIDOC ball if I finish my dress quickly enough. I have a date to the NAIDOC ball, which is the first time I've had a date to the NAIDOC ball. I'm very excited. I have had to go a couple of times. I've gone for work. I don't really like going. Well, I have to go by myself usually. So, I don't. Hang on, that camera's there. I have to go by myself usually. So it's not usually that much fun. Or it's like with work. It's a work thing. So this year, to be able to go with a friend, to be able to go with a girlfriend and have a good time, I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm very excited. I am very, very excited. So, yeah, I was thinking about like doing I had to do a bit of patching work with the lining though. So the lining is 100% linen. It's a very lightweight linen as well, but it's just, I'm hoping that it's going to provide, I'm hoping it's going to provide enough of a barrier between me and the sequins. I don't know. But hand stitching, it's going to have to be, and this is the other thing as well, it is going to have to be 100% hand stitched. So this is going to be like a full on, couture gown. It's going to be all hand stitched. It's not coming from a couture house. But I don't know. I think it's going to be fabulous. I'm going to look fabulous, that's for sure. Oh, sorry, watch the sneezels. Watch the sneezels. So, yes, I'm loving it anyway. I'm loving it because I could see the design in my head. I really could see the design in my head, and now I can see it. You know what I mean? Like, it's now here, so it feels, I don't know, it just feels really cool. It feels really cool to, and I was feeling really inspired, so I came home. Yeah, what is that? Bless, thank you. Appreciate that. My sneezes. So when I came home on last Sunday night, I was trying to remember what night it was then. When I came home on Sunday night, I was feeling a bit inspired. And I did make a few errors. Not too bad, but you know, it happens. Particularly with the cutting of the skirt. I've had to do a little bit of patchwork with the skirt. A little bit of piecing work with the skirt. But this is the lining. In saying that, though, I did have a lot more of the lining. No, I didn't. I think I had about as much of the lining as I did. I don't know. Either way, I probably am going to have to go back and get a little bit more fabric for the upper. Like for the... Anyway, whatever. It's going to look gorgeous. It's going to look gorgeous. I'm very excited. I'm hoping at least it'll be done. Yeah. I may not even be able to go. It may not even happen, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Either way, there's going to be a gorgeous dress that's going to be ready to go on up for auction. So there you go. It'll be something at least. So we are trying to raise money for our family in Palestine, which was the point of doing this dress in the first place, was because I'm looking over on the Twitch too for anyone who is on the TikTok wondering where I am. So I forgot what I was saying then. What was I saying? Has it logged me in? Yay! It has logged you in. You're back. You're back. Yes. But we are anyway. So I'm not 100% sure about the skirt back yet. I did also drape the skirt on the bias. Obviously ignore me making tea. Okay, no worries. I'm going to have to go a little bit further down with that skirt, I think. I don't know. I'm going to have to do a little bit more editing. Yeah. So I did cut the skirt on the bias, which is always going to use a bit more fabric as well. And I don't need to cut it on the bias for the sequin because it's a stretch fabric. So the reason I had to cut the the reason I did, I suppose, cut the linen on the bias is because there's no, like, if you pull on the, okay, so if you have a lining that has no stretch in it and the upper fabric has stretch in it, you need the lining to give a little bit, but you don't want it to give too much, because the whole reason you don't want to use a stretched lining is because you want it to be very form-fitting and very structured. So you need to have a structured lining, hence the linen, and not like a jersey. But you also don't want it to be so stiff, because then the fabric, they're not going to move together. They're going to move separately. You know, is what you were talking about. Yes. Oh, thank you. We're raising money for our lovely family to get them out of Rafah. Unfortunately, we haven't heard from them, so we're a bit sad at the moment, but we are hoping. Look, mate, let's be honest. I just want decent idiot-proof jeans pattern for wide. Okay, I can absolutely get you an idiot-proof jeans pattern. That is, like, pants are not that hard to make. They just seem complicated when you're looking at the pattern pieces not together. It's not that difficult. But anyway, so by putting it on the bias, by basically having the fabric on a diagonal, you get, even though this fabric, when you do it on the selvage, you're not going to get any give whatsoever. If you do it on the bias, which is diagonal, you're just going to get a little bit, not a lot of stretch, but just enough stretch that it's not going to stretch and fall out of shape or anything, but it's going to give you that bit of movement, especially when you've got a more of an elastane fabric that's going with it. You kind of need, you need your fabrics to be able to work together, is what I'm saying. And so, yeah, so that's why I did the skirt in particular on the bias, because it doesn't need to be as structured. The upper bodice definitely needs to be a lot more structured. So it is not cut on the bias. Very, very much not so. I did background research and your claims are false. You did background research on the tensile strength of linen, and I'm false? My teachers lied to me at school? Quick, correct me. Correct whatever mistakes I've been making. Fuck off, TikTok. Yeah. Correct me. Correct me. Tell me how to fix it. Tell me how to fix it. 20 years of... Oh, I've done more than 20 years of sewing. Oh, fucking hell. I've been sewing for 30 years. Yeah. I'm trying to make tea, you pricks. Yeah, no, you're fine. Don't stress. Don't stress. I can handle the these particular ones anyway, I can handle. It's not too bad. Jakey made a big mistakey. Hey, twat, thanks for joining. I can sew leather and linen undershirts. Everything else is fake clothing. Everything Kim doesn't like is just fake. Fake news. Time is fake. Time is fake and money is fake. Like, I agree with both of those points. So I shouldn't judge. I shouldn't judge, because everything you think is fake, I also agree is fake. But when it comes to sewing, no. There is a lot that you can do with fabric. There is a lot. So whenever anyone sort of talks about, make your, when people say, why you... If I wanted to do social media for the sake of like growing an audience or, monetize my hobby, I would have a sewing channel. I would 100% have a sewing channel. When I was at uni, I used to film videos of myself making my clothes and things, and like my graduation dress. I used to film myself making videos of stuff like that and edit them just for me. And like during the pandemic, I made all these videos of like the kids building things and editing it, like, again, just for me. So your dispute of my realization is that I am right. Yeah. Yes, Kim, that's correct. You are correct. But so many times, and I think that might be a good idea, is if I showed the video of me making a dress and I voiced over my scripts about the state of the world, maybe people would stay till the end and they would watch the full video on YouTube, at least. Like those, the videos that do like the quick 1 minute, they show you how they made a dress in 1 minute. I could do those videos, except instead of explaining how I made the dress, I could explain to you why housing first is the most sane approach we have. I could do that. 5-minute TikToks. Yeah, you do 5-minute TikToks. 5-minute crafts, 5-minute TikToks, but with sewing and without all the edging. Do you know, the day that I found out that 5-minute crafts was basically porn, was just edging porn, I felt like I lost my childhood that day. I feel like even though 5-minute crafts weren't around when I was a child, I was always very interested in the 5-minute crafts videos, because I felt like, it's a Reddit story with Subway Surfers playing. Oh, sorry, Kim, were you not aware? Yeah. 5-minute crafts is porn. It's like edging porn. There's a lot of them out there actually on TikTok. There's actually a TikTok that says, "Is it porn?" There's a TikTok account called like "Is it porn?" and they explain like the crafting videos. Like there's all sorts of different ones that are porn, basically. They're just porn. And yeah, 5-minute crafts, a lot of 5-minute crafts are basically, okay, you didn't know this. I love when something, I just assume, okay, Sarah Z on YouTube, she makes these deep dive videos. Yeah, basically. It's all hands and feet and goo. Yeah, it's absolutely porn. But it's those things where I assume that everyone knows this. Like, I assume that everyone has this knowledge of internet lore, and it turns out that they don't. And I'm like, what the fuck? How do people not know about this? And then I find out that no, it's because you're terminally online and other people have lives and no one has any fucking clue what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Like, I remember when I was younger, I went on this deep dive on the War of the Roses, and I was at the table just talking to the other people at the table like everyone would be aware of what I was talking about, because I thought adults knew all this stuff. All of the knowledge that I was collecting was knowledge that adults had collected over time. And yeah, no, I'm sitting at the table and everyone's going, that's really interesting, Tamara. No one gives a fuck. These people died hundreds of years ago. No one gives a fuck. And I'm like, but doesn't everyone know about this shit? No, people don't. And people don't know that 5 minutes crafts is porn. I can't believe people don't know that 5 minutes crafts is porn. Yeah, probably someone in a flat cap, a 3-hour marathon video detailing everything, yeah. No, absolutely. And the reason I would watch the 5 minute crafts is because often they would have like quick fixes for how to, like, a lot of the original 5 minute crafts, when it first started, before they found their niche in the porn industry, they had a lot of like how to hide your bra straps and stuff, like a lot of those 5 minute, like how to fix your lip liner line when you're out and about if you don't have your lip liner on you. And they used to have those kinds of little tricks and stuff, like how to use a paperclip to hide your bra straps. Like they used to have a few good, and very much targeted at women, I think, in the beginning, before all of the feet thing started. Before the feet business started and they realized they could make a lot more money from guys watching the video on repeat edging. I found a guy, Erie, who has a treadle lathe. And I am all up on treadle lathes. Oh my goodness, a treadle lathe. Oh my God. See, this is what we need to get. All these machines, because again, on the compound, on the camp, we're not a cult. We're not a cult, it's not a compound, it's a commune. On the commune. Excuse me, sorry. Haven't even had any bonus content time, and I'm coughing. On the commune's compound, we're gonna have all these great, like, I'm gonna have my treadle machines, and everyone will be able to use them. You won't need to use any power. It's gonna be back in the old days. Be back in the what do we call it? In the old days. Hi, Minnie Man. Things are going great. How are you? We are over on the other apps at the moment. We're doing some chatting. You still got that sludge lung? I do. I have had a bit of a break. It's nowhere near. If you can hear my breathing, it's actually cleared up a lot better. I'm a lot better than what I was. I'm very nasally still, though. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna. I muted Twitch, but I didn't mute TikTok. So if you don't want to listen to me blow snot, that's where you got to go, because they get the props of they get the benefit of not having to listen when I do that. ASMR breathing there, chat. That's your edgy. I was thinking specifically because I do listen to people's live streams to fall asleep. Like, that's just the monotonous chattering in the background. Alternatively, if we do want to hear it, yeah. Chattagooners. You can also get a hot dog. Oi! Oh my goodness. So Void After Dark. Oh, sneezing, coughing. God almighty. But Void After Dark, we could do a bit of an ASMR thing with Void After Dark, you know? Hey, I know how to build roads. When people ask who will build your roads, Kellyanne will. Do you know what, Kellyanne? I have a pretty cool story about that. So my great-great-great-grandfather designed the 7-layer bitumen road that we use right across the country. He designed my ancestor designed the 7-layer bitumen road that we use all throughout Australia. Yes, snot ASMR is a thing. I will not be doing snot ASMR, no. No, because I could not even read the book Snot My Day to my kids without gagging. So snot ASMR will not be what happens to me. But maybe I could do like sewing ASMR, where I sit here and I chat about, like I quietly talk about how destructive how destructive Israel has been to Palestine. I forget that Israel is even a place because it's not really a place. So how destructive the Israeli government has been to the Palestinian people. And while I sit here and whisper and do something. Yeah, there's 7 layers because they're not cheap over there. Yeah. Over here, there ain't no bitumen in the roads. What? Truth ASMR. Yeah. Truth ASMR. Absolutely. Oh no, our roads are bad. Lol. What? No. Okay, so the 7-layer bitumen road that, quick hello, Belle, hello. So the 7-layer bitumen road that is, you know, the one the trucks drive on, so that it doesn't continue getting compacted out in whoop whoop. Yes, I know our roads are bad, but the long-standing 7-layer bitumen road, my ancestor designed it. Anyway, amazing. They lay bitumen and there is no black stuff in it. It doesn't stick, and there are holes in it the day after the guys leave. Oh, right. So they're not doing it properly. Yeah. Yeah. And that is unfortunately a problem. Like, as much as you can have any system, and it doesn't matter how well you design it, if people don't use it properly, it's not going to nothing's going to fucking work, is it? So, yeah, there's no bitumen in it. Yeah. Great. Well, it was so funny too because it was the First World War, I think. The First World War. The government seized the design pattern in a wartime effort and claimed it. So he didn't even get credit originally, sadly. Oh, my ancestor introduced Pinus contorta to NZ. Ooh, okay. The conifers. Are they? I was going to say they're not by any chance a pest that the population are trying to get rid of now, are they? Ooh. Rachel! Hey, I have not seen you in forever. Rach, what the hell? Where have you been? Hey, do you think Tuesday's a better day? I don't know. I was a little bit too hungover yesterday to do this. Huge invasive pest. Excellent. Love. I love it when we can point to our ancestors and be like, yep, mine was the cunt who ruined this entire ecosystem. Yep. Don't worry, plenty of my ancestors have done the same. We actually, do you know what, funnily enough, I was looking back through records. I think I've told this story before on here a while ago. But my mum thought she was part Scottish because she had these Scottish ancestors. And I've been doing a bit of a family history. And I think what's happened is that these Scottish people came over here from Scotland and then stole someone's baby. Because they didn't have a baby when they arrived here. And then like 3 months after getting here, they had like a 2-year-old baby. So just randomly, ancestors doing the craziest thing. My ancestors were stealing other people's kids. Did they import possums? Oi. Yeah, well, possums are imported to New Zealand, yes. They are an introduced species. Yes, they are. Hey! You got oh my gosh! Oh no, Rach, I'm so sorry. That is awful. Rachel's family dog passed away last week. It's very sad. Why is my internet just... Oh, I hate it. It's not doing a very good job there. We have 2 different varieties of possum. We've got the native possum and then the introduced possum. And unfortunately, the introduced possum are a massive, massive, massive problem. But even as a result of a lot of land clearing, particularly clearing of parklands and things in built-up areas, the native possums are also becoming a problem because they don't have anywhere to go. So they end up living in people's roofs because we keep clearing their homeland and where they're from. Humans don't. Oh, dogs are just the best. I don't know. Sometimes I think we don't. We don't We don't deserve the planet. I think the planet, the earth, all of us, the world, much better off without us. I know it sucks. We got it when I was about 18 and she lived with my brother when we'd all moved out. I remember when my family, congratulations. When I remember when my dog, my family pet, passed away, I got the call, like we knew it was coming. We got the call and we all went back around to Mum and Dad's house and we all stayed there the night. And she slept in the room with my sister that night and yeah, she died. We think she got up in the middle of the night to try and get outside and she died, but she slept inside in the, with us and we were all together. Yeah. Thank goodness, like diagnosis for the win. Fuck yeah, diagnosis. Hells yeah. Winning, winning, winning. And again, guys, like, share, subscribe, do all the thing cool. Dogs are the best people. They are. That's an awful thing to have happen. And it was really, really sad. But again, it was so good because we all did get to come and be together. Like we knew it was coming. And so because of that, we were all together as a family and we all got to see her one last time. And we'd all sat in the lounge room giving her cuddles and telling stories and like we had a really, really nice, and it's one of the things I think, because the next dog that my parents had got a puppy to keep her company in her old age as well, Toffee, and that puppy recently passed away, and I don't know why, but I don't know, it was really weird. It was really weird because when Toffee passed away, we were all like, oh, like, Molly's friend is gone now. The last of Molly's friends has passed. Because obviously, she was an older dog, and yeah. Anyway, it was just we kind of still thought about Toffee in terms, even though it's been more than a decade since. Okay, it's been a couple of years since Toffee passed away, and it's been more than a decade since Molly passed away. And we were just like, oh, Molly's last friend. 10 years later and Toffee's still just Molly's friend. Poor thing. Poor thing. Oh, Trish is gone. We lost Trish. What did Trish do? Naughty, naughty Trish. Naughty Trish. Oi, who is the Curtin Uni viewed? Who is Curtin Uni viewed over your way? Is the teaching any good? So we have a bit of a thing in Western Australia where it's like different unis are known for different things and are considered good for different things. So it depends what subjects you're wanting to teach. Yeah, so it depends on what subject you wanted to, like if you want to do any kind of technical stuff, Curtin Uni is viewed very well for technical, they've got a really strong technical college. If you were looking at doing like, teaching, I would suggest Edith Cowan. Fine arts. I think they might actually be one of the, I think they might be, they'll probably be a pretty good one to go to for fine arts, I would say, Curtin. So it's very, I don't know, because it's not the same, I know it's not the same over East, but very much here. I know! It's not fair that dogs don't live forever. They should. They deserve to. They fucking deserve to. I would say that for fine arts it would be viewed fairly. Oh, we got bonus content time saying in 1 minute. But yeah, I would say for fine arts they would be viewed fairly favourably. But yeah, you can generally, because depending on what subject you want to know, people will tell you to go to a particular school. So for example, like I said before, if you wanted to do anything related to nutritional science and stuff like that as well, then you'd probably look at somewhere like Curtin or one of the other technical colleges down that way. But like, again, like if you wanted to do dentistry or anything like that, then I would say UWA. Murdoch has a pretty good, no, not fine arts though. As in, like, if you wanted to do a Bachelor of Arts, as in a lot of reading. The reading degree, Murdoch has a pretty good program for the reading degree arts. But yeah, fine arts, no. Yeah, probably Curtin or Edith Cowan. Probably Curtin or Edith Cowan. I would say Curtin would be a pretty good... Yeah, over here it's just a couple of junk ones. It should be TAFEs. And the old ones with all the money. Yeah. And people used to call Curtin Super TAFE because they focus really heavily on the technical skills. But because they focus so heavily on the technical skills, they now have the best reputation in WA as a university for technical skills. So it worked out really well for them. But like a decade ago, they had a reputation for being super TAFE, Curtin Uni. But now, yeah, that's definitely not the case. And like computer sciences, they've got a really strong computer sciences program at Curtin. Yeah, like it's definitely a good uni. It is a good uni. I went to UWA for Bachelor of Arts, and I did political science, legal theory, and I learnt afterwards that I shouldn't have done that. That I should have gone to Notre Dame. I should have gone to Notre Dame because Notre Dame take the art seriously still, whereas UWA not so much. they do a lot more of the business degrees and like doctor and postgrad, and they're all about trying to get that bag. So I found out that I went to the wrong university for my specialisation after I'd done it. But it was a Sandstone University that had the highest rating for postgrad law in the state. And that was what I want to do I wanted to do postgrad law, so that's why I chose it. Yeah, the issue is always the distance and stuff. Yeah. I think the thing is with Curtin is that, the thing is with the unis over here is that they get a lot of mining money. The unis over here get a lot of mining money. So they invest that money in the areas that the mining companies want them to. So we have really good engineering programs over here. We've got, there is a really strong engineering program at pretty much every university. Like UWA's got a really strong engineering program. Curtin's got a very strong engineering program. Edith Cowan's got a pretty good engineering, every university has a strong engineering program because of the input from mining, the mining money. And unfortunately, that's what also makes it really frustrating when our government decides to cut funding from the arts programs, because there is already a lot of private money going into these other... And they say they need to put more money into these other programs because that's the way our economy is going, and we need to develop the brains of the future to be able to develop, the machinery of the future. But we already have private industries already investing heavily in those areas. So we need the public purse to be going towards the areas that, okay, we're not going to need a whole lot of people necessarily be philosophers. There's not going to be a massive demand in our economy for philosophers in the next 20 years. But we need those people in order for our entire society not to revert back into, caveman beating each other over the head with bricks shit. So how about we just invest in those subjects and we invest in an educated population, because it's better to be among an educated population than a really fucking uneducated one, right? Yeah, fucking mining, but engineering is cool. And it has, particularly, because the other big problem that we have as well, and I'm blowing the lid on universities a little bit here, a lot of international students will come over to study engineering and to study because we have... Internationally, we're recognised as having much better standards for engineering education than other schools do internationally. We have very, 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 our engineering students are prized internationally as well. So there's a lot of international students who come here for these kinds of programs, and they've designed the curriculum so that you have to do a postgrad. You've got to do undergrad plus postgrad, but they also designed the program so that a lot of the international students will fail a lot of units. They have to retake the unit so that they can get more money out of them. Those sweet international student fees, paying 10 grand per unit, where we pay $1,000 per unit. And it's hella cheap compared to the UK for them. Yep. Absolutely. But they'll pay 10 grand for a unit here, and then the uni will get, and they'll fail it, and then they'll re-enroll. Seeing the new deluxe dongers built in the Pilbara for FIFO workers during a homelessness epidemic. Yep. Yep. They come study here as it helps them get a PR and become a citizen. That's the main reason. No. It's actually a lot of international students do not intend to stay and they don't stay once they're done. There are a lot of international students who it's not coming here to study and get the degree, and then there are actually programs internationally as well where, like, if you look at places like Mauritius, for example, where they will send their students to our universities to study and they'll pay for them to come over here and do it, but they then have to go home and they have to, like, they're employed by the government for 3 years or something to pay off their degree, and they have to, like, put those skills and knowledge back into the local economy. So there are actually, we have this really dangerous rhetoric in our country in regards to immigrants and what our relationship is like with the international community. The international community don't see us the way we think that they see us in any way, shape or form. Like, they're not over here going, let's go to Australia. They're going, we want our homes to be like, most people are trying to make the places that they live better. They're not trying to leave and go somewhere else. They're trying to make where they are better. So even the students who are coming here to learn, most of them are looking to take those skills back to their homes to try and make their homes better. And the fear mongering we have around immigration in this country is just that. It's fear-mongering around immigration. Yeah, it's like the Cuban medical thing. Yeah. Who the fuck would want to move to a little desert full of weird animals that want you dead? Yeah! Like, I still don't understand why the colonizers stayed. Why did the settlers stay? They got here. Our mob went, yeah, don't touch that, don't touch that, don't touch that. If you stay over there, you'll be okay. It's like, we don't mind. You can stay here. It's fine. Like, we're happy to share because there's no way you can conquer this entire fucking continent. Trust us, like, there's no fucking way. So you're all good over there, but just be careful of all of this fucking shit. They had, like, what the fuck? Didn't have a choice, mate. No, Exactly. Well, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not talking about those colonizers. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the settlers. Yeah, one WA wanted to stay. I mean, that's true. If your alternative was, you know what, I've got to be honest. I do think that is one of the reasons we don't have more stories of people who did their time and returned to the UK. It's because after living here for 7 years, they went, well, now that I know that sun exists, I'm quite fond of sun. And I don't know if I could go back to land of no sun, because sun is quite lovely and warm. So I think that's why, you know, and Sweeney Todd, like, the few who do go back to the UK turn out to be like, they go back there and they go, well, this is shit. There's no sun here. They have seasonal, they realise that everyone in the UK is fucking depressed as shit because of lack of sun. Yeah. Okay, do you know what is very interesting though? Because I have this comment all the time. Okay, here we go. We're going to go down. Everyone is going to have a very interesting time with this little bit of information. So quite often when I'm talking about settlement and colonization and settlers and all that other bullshit, because, okay, when I studied political science, I accidentally studied political science and did a little bit of a focus on East Asian and Middle Eastern politics, or just Asian and Middle Eastern politics, by accident, as a result of the fact that they kept cancelling the units that I was trying to take a week before the semester began. And because I was doing a triple major, I did not have the option of just picking up, I had every single unit in my degree was focused at something. I either did my language or I did one of my 3 degrees. That was it. Like, there was no room for any spare anything in my degree at all. So I had to find another unit really quickly, and it ended up being the politics of the greater politics of China and East Asia. And really, we learned a lot about. What I found the most fascinating about it is because from a political scientist perspective, you're always looking through this white Western lens, okay? It's impossible not to. Everyone who's done any research in this subject that you are researching at a Sandstone University has also been trained in a very similar institution. So it's a very closed circuit. It's a little bubble. Political science is a bubble. It's very much a bubble. Doing this sort of unit and learning, like, how our ideas about realism constructivism, liberalism, are very white Western liberal ideas. And we think that, oh yeah, but these ideas, like the Enlightenment, spread across the globe. No, it's spread across Europe. It's spread across Western Europe. They have their very own ideology, their own philosophy, their own ideas and ideology over in the East that is very, very different. And so the idea of colonization, the idea of colonizing another country to the ancient Chinese was unfathomable. Like, unfathomable. Even to the point that originally they were like, no, don't go to Taiwan. Like, Chinese people, don't go to Taiwan because pirates might get you. Like, stay here where it's safe. They had this idea and concept within their culture that the supreme God, like what we would call God, the deity God, was the center of the universe. The Chinese emperor was the center of the world, and everything stemmed out from him. So they didn't need to colonize because they already owned everything. They were already the supreme leader. They were already in charge. The Chinese authority, as far as they were concerned in their culture, was the ultimate authority on earth. So they didn't need to colonize. They didn't need to try and prove it to anybody. It was just a matter of fact, right? What? I'm explaining historical. So I'm a constructivist political scientist. Anyway, so when we look at, like, when we talk about colonization, the thing that I'll get in the comments all the time from people, particularly on TikTok, is I'll get people saying, you're so lucky you weren't colonized by the Chinese. You're so lucky that it wasn't the Chinese who came here first. Like, all of the fucking time people want to say, aren't you glad it wasn't, Okay, I'm going to say maybe I'm glad it wasn't the Japanese because they learnt some colonizing tactics from the English and from the British, and they took those and they ran with them, like, sure. But the Chinese actually came and traded with Indigenous Australians for many, many, many years, the same way the Dutch did. There was contact between people in Arunta country, particularly where I was from, and Chinese, like the what do you call it, travelers who came to Indonesia and that. Like, there was trade that actually happened in this part of the world between these different civilizations. So again, this whole thing of terra nullius could never have, if it truly was a global community back then, the myth of terra nullius would never have flown for even a minute, because everyone would have been like, well, we already knew there were people that we've been trading for them. Yeah, China bad equals CIA propaganda. Absolutely. 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 And when you explain that to people, when you explain to people that the idea of colonization for the Chinese people was unthinkable because they already owned everything as far as they were concerned. Like, the countries, they didn't have strict, strong borders because they didn't need it. Their maps didn't really have borders. Everything flowed out from the center. And leaders from other nations around that were in contact and that had trade with China would travel to China to pay tribute. And there are records, there's information that suggests that Indigenous elders traveled to China to pray. Again, like, there's a lot more research that needs to be done, and this is it. And learning about the history and the past is always fascinating because you never know what you're going to dig up or what you're going to find. But there is information that suggests that there were, whether they came home again, whether they returned again. We don't have a lot of information on this side of the ocean about it, but from the Chinese perspective, they have information about our elders traveling over there to do obeisance and to give homage to the emperor. Not that they necessarily believed that was what they were doing. Not that they thought that was part of they just saw it as trade and whatever. But yeah, like, there are records of our people even traveling over there as part of trade, travel and stuff. The world, and this is the problem as well, when we label another society as primitive, when we label them as savages, when we decide that another society needs to develop the way we have, we demolish so much possibility, because these cultures that have been able to develop so differently and so distinctly across the planet, across time. I might be fucking off my tits, like, I don't know. But we kind of ruin that by stepping in and deciding, awesome. Is that a stable table? No. Not at all. Not at all. But when we label them as being primitive, or because they're not we miss and we misunderstand so much that we could benefit from. So for example, and I use this example all the time, we have a plant that was called the toothache plant. Like, we have a plant here in Australia, a native plant known as toothache, that you chew to help remove a toothache, and it actually helps to repair tooth enamel, and it also helps to... People die from tooth decay today. Tooth decay kills today. In 2024, people die of tooth decay. In the 1600s in Australia, no one was dying of tooth decay. They haven't found any records at all of any Indigenous person having died from tooth decay. Now, I understand that sugar is a large part of the reason for that, but there are plenty of examples of sugars existing in the Indigenous diet, okay? Obviously, it wasn't as big a problem as it is nowadays, but there was a plant. Hello, Jazzy! Jazzy, Wuzzy, Fuzzy! Hello! That they could chew, called tooth decay, that if they had a toothache, it would fix... We had a cure for toothache, and when the settlers got over here, their teeth were falling out of their heads. Their teeth were rotting out of their heads, and one of the reasons that people joke about the fact that the English left the UK... they have terrible teeth. They have, like, I don't know if it's still a joke, but it used to be growing up that everyone from the UK had terrible teeth, and when they came to Australia, their teeth all miraculously got better. But this is one of the gifts, one of the many, many gifts that the Indigenous population gave to the settlers. Hey, here, let's fix your teeth, give you this plant to chew called tooth, it's going to help fix all that shit that's going on in there. And you're still going to look at that culture that is able to cure a medical issue that you got people dying of back home and call them primitive? Really? Like, how, like, this is what I really feel like we need to get people to start recognizing, is that our perspectives are based upon hundreds and hundreds of years of misinformation. The idea that we've stumbled upon this very primitive culture who don't even understand the basics of language. What are you talking about? You don't understand the basics of their language. Infection gets into cavities and can cause abscesses, which can cause infection in the blood and bone. Yep. Hey! Is anybody... What? Yeah, absolutely it can. Absolutely it can. Which is why, again, something that a toothache, tooth decay can kill you today. And they had a cure for it in this country 300 years ago, and we call that society primitive. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a standing joke in the media. The years they had the best dental service for free, but then Thatcher destroyed it. Yeah, dentistry isn't part of the NHS, much like Medicare. Yeah, it used to be, but yeah, it's not anymore. It's been privatised much more recently. They used to, in the UK... Now, this is the thing that I got really mad about when I found out about, because in the UK, they used to have, if you were on the NHS waiting list for 12 weeks or more, you could go private and they could bill the government. So the NHS waiting list was only ever going to be 12 weeks, because if it was more than 12 weeks, you could book in with a private doctor, let them know that you'd been waiting more than 12 weeks, you had your referral letter, the doctor would go, yep, no worries, come in and see us, we'll take care of it. They would take care of the issue, and they would bill the government. So it would still be free for you, but the private medical system was able to take care of the backlog and then just get the money back from the government. And then they got rid of that loophole in... particularly around trans healthcare. They didn't allow people to do it for trans healthcare. And now there's this like a 10-year waiting list for trans healthcare when it's supposed to be 12 weeks. 12 weeks is supposed to be, and that's by their legislation. Their legislation says that you should only be waiting 12 weeks for medical care unless you're trans. But there's no bigotry in the law, right? The law is for everyone equally. The law treats everyone equally. Even though there are very specific laws that state that trans people don't need to be given healthcare within 12 weeks, but everyone else does. I forgot to put the link. In the void, guys. Sorry. Putting the link up in the void. Ooh. There you go. There you go, back again. You can still get treated under NHS for dentistry. Do they still let you go private if you're waiting more than 12 weeks for dentistry? Queensland has something similar. And again, a lot of it can be because like diet and lifestyle was different. But again, we're looking at people who had a diet and a lifestyle that was pretty peaceful, pretty chill. Like, yeah, they had to fight against the elements, but that was it. They were fighting against the elements, and that was, you know, fucking life. That was just fucking life. Look at how much we have developed as a society in the last 200 years. Anyway, I just, not sure, haven't, yeah. Oh, that's how your mates and family get to sit. Yeah. It's been more than 10 years since I was there. It's been more than 10 years since I was even there. So, I used to live over in the Netherlands, and yeah, it's been more, as I said, it's been over a decade since I was even there. So again, it cost me $2,000 to go to the dentist here last time. Aussies are emptying out their bank accounts, their superannuation funds to try and pay for dentistry. I haven't been to the dentist since I came here. Makes sense. How could you? It's fucking expensive. South Australia does as well. Hey, Elcon, hello. What happened to Trollbot chat? Well, I mean, we could talk about the troll bots if you like. Maddie, welcome. The link is in the Discord if anybody does want to join, by the way. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk about the troll bots. So that guy, because Twat, he's been posting on your stuff as well, that guy who I responded to. Hello. Welcome. Like, share, subscribe, do all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do. Woohoo is my favorite. Yes. So I honestly was like, yeah, this is a real person, because I'd seen him posting on your comments. I'd seen you replying to him as well. So I was like, yeah, this is definitely a real person, right? Because, you know, same. But then I saw him comment on my post and just be like, still lives at home with mum and dad and wants to give us advice. And I was just like, there's no way a real person, do you know what I mean? Like, that is such a standard boomer AI type response. Someone who looks like they're under 30 is discussing housing. So throw in still lives at home with mum and dad and wants to give us financial advice about housing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just seemed like such a non-thought out AI type response, because I talk, like, most of my content is talking about how hard it was for me to buy a house and how it shouldn't be that hard. Like, I've spoken about that a lot. And so for anyone to not be aware of the fact that I don't live at home with mum and dad, I don't know. Yeah. The Lord Kipling thing was the giveaway, was it? What Lord Kipling thing was the giveaway? I don't know what we're talking about. I am going to, like, fix this background too. It's better than the other one. It's not as busy, but it's still a bit much. I had someone say almost the exact same thing to me today. Wrong, buddy. I own my home. Yeah. Auntie Stacey was on to him and he blocked her. Oh, he gave away too much in your comments. So he is a real person? Okay, join Twitch. Hey, Rachie, welcome. Yeah. And this is the thing I don't get either. Like, I do understand that if you look like you're under 30, assuming you don't own your own home, makes sense. But I don't know how I look under 30. I'm pretty sure I look my age. I think I look my age anyway. I don't know. I've never had anyone come up to me and ask where I was on 9/11 to try and check my birth date. You know what I mean? You know how anyone else ever had that happen, where someone comes up, or has anyone ever had that happen, I should say? The bots account banner thing isn't a picture of everything. It's just a Kipling or whatever else the guy was, that one British Army post. Ah, yeah. Yeah, and this guy as well, it's the same sort of thing. It's just like a political image, very much. We are the same age and I look older, so be nice. You do not. You do not look older. We are the same age and you look the same age. Shut the fuck up. Don't even. People do that. I guess the fact that I haven't experienced that is telling. Really? I suppose, yeah. No, but they do. How the fuck do I do it again? I wasn't that killing. In the Discord, there's a link to the StreamYard in the Discord. I have to put it in the Discord because otherwise, yeah, you don't want people who don't have access to the Discord getting into the live. Oh, sorry. How are you? I am good. I'm good, Minnie Man. How are you? How are you doing? And I honestly, I'm gonna have to put the headphones on as well. Guess I look like a fucking old man. You do not. Oh my God. You do not. Nobody can tell me I don't look 30. Come off it. Like, you guys are lovely. You guys really are lovely. Every time I get on here, I end up with my head like 3 times bigger because I got all these people on here going, oh, I'm just like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I got to pop out the chat again because I can see again that, pop out chat. I can see that I'm missing chats. Not all of them are coming through, but that's all right. I don't think you look 30. What? No. Well, thank you, Minnie Man. I appreciate that. I definitely do look 30. You got this horrible cold thing going around. I've had it for almost 2 weeks. Yes. I have. The doctor told me it's called walking pneumonia. There's another name for it. That I don't have, but he's like, it's called walking pneumonia. Unless you're really, really sick, he's like, just try and get over it. He said, I could give you antibiotics for it, but it is fairly antibiotic resistant. So it is better to just try and get over it yourself before we start messing around with antibiotics. And yeah, it's now been 3 weeks, 2 weeks, sorry. This week was week 3, and I can breathe. I'm finally able to breathe without coughing up a lung. But yeah, for a while there. Oh my God. Any bloodwood trees around? No, not for me. No bloodwood trees around for me. Oh, have you got some? Oh, definitely. We should do the Discord, actually. We should share some recipes on the Discord. I've been making tea. I've been making mullein tea, and that's been helping the lungs a lot. Oh, Tim's here. Hi. Sorry.
Oh, hello.
Here we go. There we go.
You're
Sorry.
going. Wait, are you? I can't see you anymore.
You don't need to.
Okay, that's cool. I like talking to nothing anyway. How you doing? Apart from losing a lung.
Fabulous! Honestly,
Oh, there
just
you are.
so fabulous. Yes. Alina, I still haven't done my link tree. I'm so bad at that. I still haven't done the link tree. But the Discord, if you go to the Ko-fi, the Discord link is in the Ko-fi, and the Discord is where we all hang out. It's a maze.
It's all there. I had a man look for the link the first time.
You had a man look?
Yeah, for the link. I just couldn't find it, and then it was there. You know when a guy goes to the fridge and says, "Where's the sauce?" Same thing.
Sorry, this cough is, it's killing me. Killing me.
Oh, is that why you muted it when you were coughing, did you?
Yeah. I keep muting it to cough because I just feel like no one needs that in their ear. Except the people on TikTok.
No,
they can have that in their ear.
I mean, it's TikTok. They're going to come talk their shit anyway. Anyway, woohoo.
Woohoo!
I think he's a real person.
Really?
I think he's I think he is. There's someone called Auntie Stacy. who, like I said, she blocked him. From what I understand, he might be someone called Mickey from Campbelltown. Um, he has a wife that he consistently fights with, apparently. That's why he keeps going at me for it. I think he said he's 3 years out from retirement. He's expecting to spend about 50K a year. So he's got 1.35 million. So that would put him 62, 63. He's boomer perfect.
Oh my
He
God.
gave away too much for me to think it's a bot. He gave away way too much for me to think it's a bot.
Right. Okay. I honestly,
And
after that message he left on my page, I was convinced. I'm just like, there's no fucking way anyone is that stupid that they're posting on my page the bitch who's like, guess how hard it was for me to buy a fucking house, and going, oh, look who still lives at home with their mum and dad and trying to talk to us about buying a house. I'm like,
he's 100% projecting. Like I said, that Arnie Stacey said that he's having fights with his wife. He's going into retirement. Things aren't going well for
wow.
old mate Woohoo. That's what I'm going with. Like, I mean, that's all speculation, but he shared a lot of that. So, and the way he
Wow.
keeps coming, like the way he keeps coming at me for, my divorce is just relentless. It's
He's
hilarious too.
he's coming at you for your divorce.
Yeah, because I shared it. I've shared it online that I've been divorced, but he keeps bringing it up. Like he brought it up the other day, and he's like, "Oh, what's?" He said something about the marriage. He's like, "What's it going to be on the side of your van? Failed marriages." I was like, "No, I was thinking about calling it Mr. Plow and then giving your wife my number." Like, just done with this shit, eh? That's why I think he's a real person. He's just having like marriage issues because he keeps going on about marriage. I mean, something's
So
he's
he's
getting
he's
ready for
on
retirement.
TikTok yelling at us because he's old and bitter, and his own wife doesn't even like him, and so he's trying to take it out on the youth.
I think so. I think so.
Oh God.
But I think you'll find a lot of the comments that are coming through for the trolls. I've noticed that your stuff, my stuff, heaps of people in between. It's the same accounts. It's the
Yeah.
same people.
Yeah.
And I've
There
just got in the
are.
habit of, popping up their profiles and screenshotting them, and they're all middle-aged men, white men, like 50 something plus.
Yeah. I mean, has the old mate got any videos up? No, he doesn't. His account's private too, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Off with his head. Does he not know my rule about millionaires? Obviously not, Kim. He hasn't heard what's going to happen to him very shortly. Sorry. I haven't even had my bone cone. I haven't even had my bone. I've had 2
Wait,
ads,
wait,
no bone cone.
good on you.
Oh, no, I'm going
That's
to in a
good.
minute.
I mean, yeah, no, that's fair.
Sorry. Oh,
You got to mute that mic.
I do. I really do. I'm turning. Oh no, that's not the right. That's not the right volume button. Damn it! I'm trying to turn. I can hear myself as well, which I need to, in order to make sure I'm not getting the balance incorrect. But it's also very
Yep.
distracting.
Yeah, fair enough.
And also why I keep muting myself when I'm coughing, because I can hear myself coughing and it sounds horrendous. Oh my God.
I mean, it's just you're clearing your chest. It is what it is. No
Yeah.
one's judging.
No.
We all cough.
Well, someone said before, like it's called was vapid. It's atypical pneumonia. Yeah. And
Oh, yeah. Okay.
and honestly, like my kid had it. I'm 34 with a beard and 21 without it. That's most men, definitely. You just shaved 10 years off. Fuck yous. Like, go away. My mum hates that so much too, because when we were younger, I say when we were younger, when I first started working, I went to work for my dad. I was a receptionist at his office. This is straight out of high school. And I walked in, he was doing a sign up with someone for a rental property. and I knocked on the door because I was leaving for the day. And I said, sorry, just wanted to, just had to interrupt quickly. I was just about to head off. Mum wanted to know if you could do something for her quickly before you head home. And he was like, yep, no worries, all good, thanks, see you later. And I went to go. And then I heard the guy who was signing up with him say, is that your sister? And I was 18 and my father was 40.
Wow.
But
I mean,
he looked
that's
20.
All right. Yeah. That's all right. We're millennials. Once we get to 30, we just stop aging anyway.
Oh, yeah. It's the one good thing we get for not having, we don't get any of the good stuff. We can't afford children, can't afford houses, can't afford to travel, so we just sit at home watching TV and it just protects our skin. No sun damage, no age spots. All we got is Netflix.
Sure.
And
honestly, I think the crow's feet that people get is due to smiling. You know, being miserable really prevents those crow's feet.
Yeah. That's true. And crying's really good for the skin. Keeps the skin nice and hydrated.
Therapeutic. Yeah, well, that's exactly it.
A long dog. I'm a bit older, but really did struggle to get into a house. Had to live in a shed for almost 10 years. And look, this is exactly what we've been talking about. I was homeless several times, lived in a tent with my kids, lived in one house that had 2 bedrooms, but we turned one of the lounge rooms into another bedroom, so it had 3 bedrooms with 11 people living in it. And that got overwhelming. And so when people say, oh, why did you fucking go and live in a tent? It's because it got overwhelming living in a house with 11 fucking other people. So I went and lived in a tent with my 2 kids to be A, closer to where I needed to be, and B, because there were more toilets available at the campsite than there were in the house that I was living in. And there were too many people. It's just...
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
I saw your story the other day about that when you were I think it was one night there was big rain or big wind or something, you were holding the tent up.
Yeah.
Just one of those. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty it was pretty horrendous. It was pretty horrendous.
Yeah.
It absolutely
it's funny
was.
because yeah, I was going to say I would consider that a life experience, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Not a great one, right? But a life experience. Well, the other day I was told by someone that age equals wisdom and life experience, and that's why old people should be politicians.
Yeah.
I honestly
have
think
to
we give them a run for the money.
Yeah, I have to say, I would like, because I have had, people say, oh, when I was your age, blah, 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 you don't know what life's like, wait till you get older. And to those people, I kind of want to say, okay, but you remember your grandparents telling you about when they were younger and they got sent up the chimney to clean it to earn 5 pence to feed the family because at 5 or 6 they were the breadwinner? That's what it used to be like for your grandparents, and we're heading back that way. We have families that have taken their kids out of high school to send them to work, to help pay the rent. We're heading back. You're saying, God, you guys don't know how easy you've got it, not realizing how hard it is getting out there for people.
Yeah.
Have you seen the lady TikTok living in a caravan at a park in Western Sydney? Yep.
Was she the lady that was talking about social housing the other day? How we should all sign up for social housing?
I tried to start that 2 years ago.
Well, there's another lady out there doing the same thing that I stumbled across, but it wasn't big, so don't stress.
No. It's not that. It's that is a really fucking good idea, And when 2
Yeah.
years ago I said it, I had all these people piling on me, telling me, you're taking housing away from people who really need it. You're like you're making it too difficult for people to try and figure out who needs housing to get through the list. You're making it more difficult for people who work there. More people are going to get overlooked, and you're going to make all these people saying all this shit. And I'm like, we're going to make it so overwhelming that they have to hire another 100 people to get the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the wait list is 10 years long. So yeah, we're going to overwhelm them to the point that they have to do their fucking jobs. But yeah, I just got inundated with people telling me what a fucking bad idea it was. So like, she's got a Land Cruiser, so everyone's bullying her. I had 80 grand in the fucking bank when I was living in a tent. What are you talking about? I had $80,000 in the bank and I was living in a tent. I was living in a 2018 Nissan Pathfinder because I took 30 grand out of the bank and bought a decent car because I couldn't find a house to live in. Like, this is what people don't get. This isn't a matter of, you know, you're so wealthy, why are you homeless? Even the wealthy are homeless. Even people with money and full-time jobs and incomes and savings accounts and what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, my head's going to explode.
I didn't mean to wind you up that much, but I completely get where you're coming from.
Because it's the same shit I was getting. I was posting photos of myself with the flaking bits of the deteriorating tent floor all over my legs, trying to get the kids ready for school. And people are going, oh, right, but you're driving a $30,000 car, living in a tent.
Yeah.
Like, yes, because if a house was $30,000, I'd have one of those. Ah!
When's the ad break coming up? Because someone really needs an ad break.
Yes! Someone needs an ad break. Someone's just going to have a little ad break over here. Just for screen.
Yeah. Maybe someone's doing it. I understand exactly. Look, I'm not sharing a lot what's going on. I don't know if you know what's going on, but yeah, my rental situation is turning to absolute shit. I'm not doing it any favors, but there's a point to it.
Yeah.
I've looked. I'm gonna end up moving. If I go down this path, I've got 60 days until rate goes up. I fight that. They give me a 30-day eviction after that. What's gonna happen? But the fact is, while I'm here, I can get all of the shit fixed that needs to be fixed. That's actually
for the next tenant.
Mm-hmm. And when you go on TikTok, there's a friends only video that'll show a little bit of shit about that.
Okay, I'll go.
Anyway,
check.
no, you'll see it. It's a bit of a rant, but I mean, you're good at them, so you might be able to listen to it. You might have to break it up.
My bread and butter.
Anyway, the reality for me is I looked for properties. I looked before this whole situation started, and I went, yeah, there's some available, but you know, these people seem flexible. And then we're in the situation we're in now, and I looked, and I'm like, there's nothing. There's nothing.
No. Someone on TikTok just said, why don't people just apply for rentals? And dude, I was driving 8-hour round trips to attend home opens for rentals. And I was putting on my application that I could pay an entire year's rent up front. And I still ended up in a tent. I offered to pay the whole year's rent up front. I gave them my bank balances. They knew that money was not an issue. I didn't even need a fucking job. I had enough money to pay them a whole year's rent up front. And I still could have lived on the rest of my savings for the whole year without needing a job. And I still couldn't find a house. This is what people aren't getting. This isn't a matter of individuals not trying hard enough. The entire system is fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems silly. Why not just go somewhere closer? a year up front is crazy though. Still to get a no. Unlucky. No, not unlucky. I was showing up to home
Wait,
opens, driving 4 hours at some points, and 120 other people was there for the same home open. It's not luck. It's the system. You've got 120 people all applying for one house. You are going to have 119 very unhappy families, and there are not 119 empty rentals in the entire state. We have more unhoused people in my town than we have empty rentals available in the entire state.
Wow.
I'm just
Yeah.
sorry.
No. What are you apologizing for telling the truth? Like, just giving perspective is fun. Like, I know it's nuts. You're just giving a lot of clarification to how fucking unreal this situation is.
And people don't get it. People honestly
It's
will say, why don't you try this? Or why? And that's what pisses me the fuck off too, because people will say, just try A, B, and C, as though a woman with 2 children would live in a tent by herself in the middle of winter without having tried every fucking thing on the planet to avoid that situation.
Bro, you gotta breathe. You're going red.
I am. I'm going right.
Holy shit. Maybe I should leave the live stream because, like,
No.
you're really wound up. You keep laughing, so that's good. There's like a little bit of a balance there. It's just like, wow, this is angry tomorrow. Ooh.
Well, I can't help it. Because people will honestly come at me and tell me my kids should have been taken off me for being homeless. Like, people have said that to me, that my kids should have been removed because I ended up unhoused. Like, what the fuck? Oh, there we go.
This is the whole debate I have with people of choice versus opportunity. It's the whole thing. For you, that was the right choice.
Yeah.
Because there's no opportunity. Like, even like through the housing market, that's why everyone's got houses and a lot of people don't, because they were presented the right opportunities. It doesn't come down to choice.
Absolutely.
It does to a degree. And it does, like, don't get me wrong, it does to a degree. You have to be smart. But at the same time, like, yeah, it doesn't matter how smart I am, I'm not going to get 5 houses in 10 years.
No. It doesn't matter how hard I work, I'm not going to get 5 houses in 10 years.
Those goalposts are moving quicker and quicker.
No.
Like, they're moving further and further away every year.
Yeah, exactly, Dom, as well. Your kids should be abused in the foster care system instead of with their loving mother who would literally stay up all night to hold a tent over their heads to make sure that they could get a good night's sleep. You're right. So much better to be in a foster care system than with that person who would do that for them. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, Amy as well, who lives in a regional location, it's been 6 months since we've had any rentals in my area. A 3-bedroom, I live in a regional location, and a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in my town is going for $600 at the moment.
Jesus Christ. And
I live remote, I live regional. I'm 5 hours away from Perth, and it's $600 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home.
That's nuts. It's absolutely insane.
No. Yeah, it is insane. It's fucking insane. What about a share house or something less fancy? Hey, Thomas, I was living in a home with 11 other people, 1 toilet, 11 people, and it became untenable after being stuck in that situation for a year on account of the no housing and not being able to find any housing. And I was driving up to 4 hours each way to attend home opens to try and find a place. And so then I ended up in a tent. Yes. Because I tried everything. Like, I really do wish, I understand that people might be trying to be helpful, but
Yeah,
When we
it's not
tell you
helpful.
that it's not on the individual, that the system needs to change, it's because we've been in this system. We've dealt with this as individuals, and we have done everything we can. And what we recognize with no doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, is that it is not possible for an individual to fix this. If there is someone living in a tent, it is a failure of the system and not as a failure of the individual. Stop asking the individual to try harder and asking what they could have done instead, because no one chooses a tent as their first option. No one. Absolutely no one. No one. Not even that person you're thinking of that you know that prefers to live in a tent. No. The tent wasn't their first option.
I'm also going to just jump in here and say that this person is completely overlooking the fact that you as a mother have to protect your children, and going into share accommodation with absolute
Yep.
fucking strangers, that's nuts. That is stupid. The tent
Someone
is the
told
safe
me I
option.
should stay at the
It's man or
backpackers in
bear.
town.
Oh yeah, that would work out real fucking well.
Oh, yeah. 2 kids in a backpackers, not even a private bathroom. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Like,
Not to mention, athletes.
the backpackers is where the cops take the people when they've got out of lockup and they've got nowhere to take them. They take them to the backpackers to stay.
Oh,
and I'm
God.
like, everyone needs somewhere to stay. I'm not at all. But it's like, you're telling me I should have taken my children into that situation instead of the one I chose. Really? Like, I would have no problem staying in the backpackers if it was just me. No issue if it's just me.
Yeah. 100%. They don't
my 6
understand.
and
That's the
7-year-old.
thing. They don't understand the sacrifice you have to make for responsibilities outside of just you. You're a mother.
Exactly.
You have children.
Exactly.
You're going to make the right choice, no matter how hard that choice is, to protect your children first and foremost. And the fact
And
that
no matter
people
how much
say
pressure
this,
it puts on me, no matter how hard it is for me, my kids thought it was brilliant. We went camping and stayed in a tent. They were bragging. They were telling all their mates about how they got to have like takeout for dinner like 3 nights a week because they were living in a tent. Like, they thought it was the fucking bee's knees. And I was crying myself to sleep every night.
You know what? That just shows that you're a good mom. Like, the fact that you've turned what could have been a negative life experience for them into such a positive thing, that's reflected on you. Like,
they still
I get
ask to
it.
set the tent up in the backyard and sleep in it every now and then.
And you're just having cold showers?
I refuse. I'm like, I'm not staying out there with them. No, I'm like, no, you can sleep out there by yourself. I'm staying in my bed that I pay for. Like, fuck off.
I get it. That makes complete sense to me.
Yeah.
Wait, have you? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sorry?
I was gonna say, have you had an ad break? I haven't. Because I'm on the stream. That's why I don't get ads.
Oh, that's why you're not seeing. Yeah, no, ad break is coming up in 7 minutes. I'm about to do a bit of bonus content though. $600. Yeah, Amy, $600. And I live regional. And you know what there aren't out here? Jobs. The only jobs, like, my ex couldn't find a job. My ex managed to get a job working at a recruitment agency trying to find other people jobs. They're the only jobs we have down here. No thanks, kids. I'm going to sit in my house and enjoy my mortgage. Yeah. I worked hard for that mortgage. I worked hard to get all of this debt. Could you share the success story of finally finding a house and being accepted?
Oh.
You mean a rental property? Okay, so no jobs here and the rent's still $600 plus. Yep. My number one piece of advice.
From the story. Oh yeah, sorry, go.
Well, my number one piece of advice would be get a letter from a previous property manager, a written letter recommending you as a tenant. That isn't something that a lot of people bother doing. It's not something that a lot of property managers will be willing to do. But especially if you're trying to leave a house, or if they're, like, for example, they're saying, oh, the owner wants you to go, here's your eviction notice. If you say to them, I'm struggling to find a property, I think a letter from you advising that I'm a great tenant and that there hasn't been any issue with my tenancy and that I'm leaving because the owner wants to sell the property or whatever would really help in this environment, your property manager, who has a job to do, being to get you out of the property, will be willing to write that letter, and you can keep that letter forever. Like, you can keep that fucking letter. So get letters from your property manager telling them what a great tenant you are, that you can put alongside any applications, because that, for them, one less job to do. I don't even have to call someone to check that you're a good tenant. You've already given me a reference with your application. That's going to get you to the top of the pile. Unfortunately, owners are the ones who get to choose whether a person gets their property or not, and they don't have to give a reason, not even to the property manager. So you can be rejected 100 times and never find out why, and no one has to tell you anything. So really, the best thing to do if we wanted to actually have change in our system would be to change the system, to change the legislation around tenants' rights and owners' responsibilities, and make it a lot more onerous on landlords. It should be a lot harder to become a landlord than it is.
I think we need to first, based off my own situation, is no more DIY. If you're going to build something, it needs to all be done by licensed trades.
Yeah.
Yeah. You cannot, my landlord has been coming here and doing his shit, and it's just, nah.
It used to be the only reason you were allowed to do DIY was if you were going to be living in the property. The ruling used to be that it had to be done by a licensed professional unless, as an owner-occupier, you were living in the property. And you had to live in the property for 10 years or something before you were allowed to sell it, unless you were willing to get a licensed tradie to sign off on the work. So that used to be, and whenever we talk about these things, people are like, that would be too restrictive, that would be too damaging, or you're going to... These used to be the laws we had.
That's the point. When did that disappear? Do you know off the top of your head? Or
I know that as recently as 2008, it was still the case.
Okay. I'm going to go down that rabbit hole.
Between now and then when it changed,
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's a rabbit hole I'm going to go down, because that's something that I am crucifying my landlords for now. And it seems like the right thing. Like they've created a slum. New South Wales.
You will have very different rental legislation to Western Australia. Western Australia, Queensland have very similar. But look it up. Look into it. Definitely look into it. For sure.
Yeah. No, I will. Oh.
But people, we used to have what do you call it? Cap rents. We used to have rental protections. We used to have minimum term leases, like minimum 2-year leases, unless the tenant wanted a shorter lease. We used to have...
You said 2008. That's after global financial crisis, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's all the same time. Okay, that all makes sense, like, straight away. Sorry, it's just dots are connecting. The flow's happening. You know it.
Okay. What does it say? No, on about 10 when what? Huh? Oh, sorry. TikTok's just made a comment and I wanted to. I sat with the property manager. I got accepted easily.
Property manager stuff. I've got a story about property manager. First, hang on. This is like, I'm getting deep.
Go on, get it. Yeah, tell us.
Yeah. All right. First time I had First time I rented that was a property, actual property with a tenancy agreement, all that stuff. It was half a house. The landlord had just, blocked up a doorway and then gone, you've got a bedroom, a lounge room, a bathroom, and an unapproved council kitchen. We didn't know that at the time. We had a 6-month lease. In 3 months, she went through 3 property managers. By the time we got to the 3rd property manager, the property manager was saying, you guys need to leave. I will give you a reference. She'd known us for about 3 weeks.
Yep.
And that got us out of there. Yeah. Like that letter means so much.
Kim in the comments just said as well, even just get a mate who works in the real estate, works in a real estate, even if you haven't rented from them, to write one up, or get a friend who's previously worked in real estate to write one up, and they can say, oh yes, when I worked for this agency, they were a tenant and they were brilliant. I no longer work in the industry, but yes, I do remember this tenant as being an amazing, brilliant tenant. I would have no problem to this day renting them one of my own properties. So even if you're not in the industry anymore, but you're willing to give someone a reference, another property manager will still take that. Having been a property manager in the past, all of my mates, even one of my mates messaged me, I'm not even kidding you, a week ago to be like, you're my reference, real estate agents are going to be calling you. So I've had to answer every unknown call. So far, not a single real estate agent. So far, it's not been a single real estate agent, but whatever. But yeah, having been in property management, when I call, I'll be like, yes, I used to work for Jones Kelson Real Estate. When they used to exist, they then changed to something else real estate that I worked for a while. Realty executives, they were called for a little bit. This person was a tenant throughout that entire time. They were a long-term tenant we had. Like, they lived in the same property for a decade. Absolutely brilliant. I understand that, she's let me know that she's leaving the property now because she wants to move closer to her new job, being in the city. But yeah, honestly, forgot this woman even existed. She was the perfect tenant. Never heard from her. And
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's all you got to do. That's literally all you got to do. You don't have to waffle on. As a property manager, you're not going to have a lot of good stuff to say. You're going to say, no problems, always paid their rent on time, never heard from them, the perfect tenant. It's very, very easy to give a fake reference for a real estate agent.
It's just business. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
it is.
like I said,
exactly.
I mean, at the end of the day, a good tenant is basically, I said this the other day, someone that pays their rent on time and just shuts their mouth. Apparently.
Exactly.
So,
And no, you're not going to get in trouble. Even when you have a shitty tenant, no one thinks that real estate agent gave me a false review. Every single time I've had a shitty tenant who got a really good review, do you know what I've thought to myself? Yeah, that property manager was trying to get rid of that tenant, weren't they? But no, no one thinks twice. No one thinks, oh, I got to go and give that real estate agent a bad name. No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. So yeah, give references to all of your mates. All of your mates.
And if you can't find an actual mate doing it, find someone that's willing to do it.
Yeah.
There was,
maybe we should just start a service, like free.
I think was it Hamish and Andy? I think it was Hamish and Andy called some bloke to give one of them a reference for a job, just random number, and he gave them like a top tier rating. There's a video of it around.
Oh my god, that is fantastic. We could do
it's
that.
The same concept. Yeah, we totally could.
Maybe we should start like on Fridays. We'll just say to everyone who needs a reference, like we'll get a phone line set up and we'll start giving people references. Hey.
Yeah, like it's paperwork to a degree, and then it's just accepting phone calls.
Yeah, job and real estate references. Yeah, Belle. I don't associate with real estate agencies though. No, fair enough. Helps against the blacklisting thing that happens for anyone that raises any issues. Yeah.
Well, that's the reality of it too, is that if you aren't a good tenant and don't keep your mouth shut about things that are actually impacting your quality of life, they just kick your ass to the curb. They don't care. They just find someone who complains less.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. You've got a waterfall in your bathroom. Oh, not bathroom. You've got a waterfall in your bedroom that you want to complain about. I'll just find someone who wants the water feature in their bedroom. Because there are 120 people missing out on every rental property that goes up in this country. I've been a manager for many people, yes. And again, you call up the companies that I worked for and they'll tell you that I was the manager there. They don't know who I had working under me. I just missed another ad break. No, that's it. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. That's fine. We can. I'm just trying to keep it going while your phone is contacting. I'm just thinking, this all right. I can pull faces, like I'm on the stream, so I can pull faces and do shit.
Pull faces. I do think, yeah, Smoko. In New South Wales, a landlord must provide and maintain the resident premises in a reasonable state of repair, having regard to the age of rent payable and prospective life of the premises. So what they mean when they say having regard to the age of and prospective life of the premises, what they mean is if it is over a certain age, they're not expected to keep it in good repair. This is what we mean when we talk about the law being twisted to suit landlords and property owners more than the people who are living in the property. Now we're saying if the property's old enough, well, I mean, that's an old property in disrepair. Like, what do you expect? It's standard for properties of that age, but it still has 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, so we're still going to charge you $600 a week to live.
I'm just looking at the bubbles of the wallpaper on the wall while I was in the bathtub, while I was in the bedroom. And like the reason I came here to do something, but I was just what you were saying was just this big fan here. How sketchy do I have to be? Just saying. The big fan doesn't work. The big fan doesn't work. See the big fan? The motor may or may not be burnt. Right?
Oh, allergy. Oh, such bad allergy. All the allergy. It's a dry cough, though. Like a dry heat. Hey, I don't have Tassie winter in a tent after the floods in Mismore. Yay, over 1,000 homes been approved to inspect one. God almighty. And this is the problem. Okay, I can't do comedy podcasts because...
Elliot. Alright, I should leave the room before I should leave the room before I just make you choke too much.
I'm gonna joke. I choke on my own tongue. That's right, guilty.
It was not my intention, I promise you.
You popping up with smoke belling out of your face. I did think that would provide an interesting image. Death by laughter. Yeah. Oh, but I am feeling better now.
What do they say? I was about to say laughter is the best medicine, right? I mean, you are choking it out of you.
True.
And
You're getting all of the yuck out of me.
Well, you said it's some sort of pneumonia. That means it's like a fluid in the lungs, no?
Yep.
So, I mean, to some degree it's beneficial, maybe?
It is. And if I was capable of expelling air out of my lungs without coughing on account of the ammonia, I would. Okay, I am going to run to the loo quickly. You keep being you. I'll be right back.
Oh, shit. So much pressure now.
Oh, God.
Wait, Herc, you're here. Come here. Herc, come here. Okay. So I bring in some backup. There we go. Hi, buddy. This is Hercules. I can't see any comments, but, he is... Where is he? Where's his head? Camera. Can you put your head up, please, sweetie? There's your head. Put your head there. Just move you around. Yeah, Herc's a 3-year-old golden retriever. Almost 3, aren't you, bud? And it is 3 o'clock, so he's hassling me for some food. But he's not having any food because dinner is at, 5? Supposed to be at 5:30. Dinner should be at 5:30, but he always gets one at 4:30 because when we go for our walk, he gets extra hungry. And then he gets Cheetos all day. But he has a smooshy face. That's all right. I can just leave him on stream. I don't have to be there. Numbers always go higher when he's just sitting on stream. What are you... Hang on, he's sniffing my ear. Oh, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? What is it? Look what you have. Are you going to do a sit? Do a sit. You want more pat? Okay, do a sit. Do a sit. Sit. Okay. He wants more pat. Yeah. What's that?
Part of me was like, I should really go and put a bra on before I come back out. And the other part of me was like, but why for?
Oh, I
Guess
mean,
which part won?
no
Come
bra.
on, if you had to wear a contraption strapped around your chest every day, would you? Or would you
Oh,
just go,
no.
fuck
No.
it? No.
Why would I?
Autism,
No,
as
why?
if.
No. Well,
Screw the
that's actually
bra.
why.
Absolutely, Alina. Screw the bra. It has been proven to be bad. I was
That's
single
actually
mum
why I'm wearing
giving
my
up my
singlet.
15-year-old so she can stay at school with her friends and hitting the road with my little one. Oh, that is
Oh,
such a
wow.
hard decision to make. That is such a hard decision to make. Because at that age too, like it is really hard on kids. My kids, with everything that happened the last year, sorry, I'll check on these things, but I reckon chilies would help get all the crap out of your lungs probably too. I do eat a lot of chili. Yeah, which is the other reason I said to the doctor, I was like, you know what, I've got some fire cider. My mum makes fire cider and sends it down to me, so I'll just have a shot of that. And I got some ginger and honey
Okay.
mix.
Can you
Hey,
elaborate on what fire cider is for those who aren't aware what
fire
fire cider is?
cider is a traditional remedy. I
Hmm.
don't know if it's called fire cider over this side of the country, like we call it fire cider back home. Um,
Okay.
but it's basically like a drink that the only
Like
way I
fire?
can explain the taste is by the aftertaste. The aftertaste is like after you've had Tabasco sauce in tomato juice. That's kind of the aftertaste. But when you're drinking it, it just
Okay.
tastes like vinegar.
Okay.
Um, it also tastes
So,
like throw up, but it's got lots of good stuff like ginger, garlic, all these like native ginger, native garlic, native herbs. Um, I don't normally wear a bra, but when I do, my wife tells me to stay out of her drawers. Not very open-minded of her. Don't worry. What size are you? I'll send you your own. You can have your own from now on.
so tired of them being stretched out.
Yeah. That's probably true. That is probably true. Uh, my ex used to get, ass hat used to get annoyed when I'd borrow his underwear because I never, well, really, I'm autistic, okay? I know that people
Yeah.
think this is like a come on thing when I'm just like, I never wear underwear, but I just find it really uncomfortable. I just never wear underwear.
Fair enough.
And there would be
Yeah.
times or occasions where I would have to wear underwear and I didn't
Mm.
necessarily have any. So I would steal a pair of his boxes.
Yeah.
And he used to get annoyed at me because I'd stretch them out because, of course, I had hips and he didn't. So his
Okay.
boxer, the tops of his boxes would get stretched out.
Funny you say that. The flip side for me is I feel quite safe wearing underwear.
Oh,
Like I
really?
don't. Yeah. Um. It's just I don't know. It's just for me. It's like wearing shoes too. I don't like not wearing shoes.
Really?
I think I think that's more of a trauma response though, in case I have to run.
Oh, yeah, see, I got no problem running barefoot. I
Oh,
used to
it's
run
just I
track
don't know.
barefoot.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did that back in the day when, like, I mean, until they told me I wasn't allowed to anymore.
Yeah. When you got to cross country,
Because then
when
you
you
got to
wanted
buy
to
the
do
shoes.
states, and they're like, no, you have to wear
Oh yeah,
footwear on the track. And you're like, what? No, no one can enter the
I'd run
track
past them.
without proper footwear. What?
Hmm.
Fucking well. I wasn't, yeah, anyway. Sorry, I've scrolled and I've missed the chat. Where are we going?
Oh,
It's nearly dinner time. It is not nearly dinner time. What? I'm.
which chat are you on?
Oh,
TikTok or Twitch?
Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch. I I don't know, I've got like 6 windows open all the time. It's really confusing. So hard to keep track. This is why I love, like, half the time the guys in the chat just have their whole own conversation going on while I sit here and rant. And it's great because I'm just like
Yeah,
ADHD hyperfixation.
that's why I tune in. Like, I like you. Put it this way. I asked you the other week, what happened with your stream, and you said you were crook because like you've got a new schedule Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and when you're on stream, I normally go out and walk the dog because like listen to you, and then I come back and do my gym routine,
Ah.
and then I start interacting because like
Ah.
you just consistent. It's great. It's good to listen to.
Yeah. I am generally pretty consistent, and once I get over this bug, I'll be
Yeah.
back on the consistent route, which is why I wanted to do it today because I felt well enough to stream, and I thought, no, got to get back onto it. So,
Yeah, I
band
saw you,
clothes,
and I was
Amy,
like,
with you. Yay! I am gagging thinking about that. Traditional remedies is something I can never do. Yeah, and it isn't the easiest to do, certainly. And
if
again,
you don't want a traditional remedy that is like on the same level, go to the chemist and buy Sengar and ammonia.
A what?
It's called Sengar and ammonia.
Stangar and ammonia.
Sengar. It's Senga and ammonia.
Sengar, okay. I stretch my husband's underwear and then I get to keep them. But don't you find they're useless once they're all stretched out? Sengar and ammonia. And what is it? Is it like a cough syrup or?
It's probably the chemist equivalent of your fire cider.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So kind of like a cough syrup.
Like it's gonna. I used to like old school parents used to give it to me as a cough syrup, and it was called the lightning medicine because it was fucking horrible.
Cool.
As an adult, I grew up using it, and I was like, yeah. Sengar and ammonia.
No. Sorry, twat. You're outvoted. Underwear is the dumbest invention ever. Everyone agrees. We're all freeballing it over here.
That's fine.
I rarely wear shoes. Yeah. I would be naked 100% of the time if I could. Can I just tell you, growing up though, okay, story time. Sorry, I know we just completely changed the subject again. This is, hey, ADHD me. So,
This is why we're here.
Whenever we would approach the house with my friends, I would always start talking loudly and like knock on the side of the house because we always entered through the side door. We never entered through the front door growing up. But my dad would sit in the lounge room. When you open the sliding door, my dad's lounge is right there. And he would sit there completely naked all day, every day. And so you would have to issue a warning that you were coming and you would hear the clip, cut, as he would close up this chair, the bottom of his seat and run down the hall to get some clothes on. But he would say it all the time. Like, the number one thing I know about my father, this is why that sound, one of you guys is autistic, and I'm not naming names. Is it me? No, Mom, it's not you. Is it me? Well, it's not, Mom. like with my parents, when they said you have ADHD and autism, I went, that's what's wrong with my dad. Like, does not like wearing clothes, hyperfixates. Like, he will be sitting there and we'll all be sitting there quietly and he'll be doing this constantly. Self-medicates by drinking 30 cups of coffee a day. Like, twiddling your thumbs was something we all got really good at as kids just because we used to mock Dad. We used to sit there mocking Dad and how fast he'd be sitting there twiddling his thumbs. So we all got really good at it. And the other one was this. We all got really good at doing this because my dad would sit there tapping his fingers, and so we'd mock him doing this. And I can do it backward and forward because we used to... Anyway. Sorry.
Oh, I should have done that. Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's my karma
good.
for making you laugh so much.
No. Yes.
I
You
choked
keep
and
making
then
me
I
laugh.
have a habit of. I have
Hey!
a.
Bigoted 88. The worst username in history. Ed's here.
Ed.
Yeah, Ed the Progressive didn't realise that his username looked like a dog whistle until he showed up in the chat and we all pointed it out. And he has to wait 3 more days till he can change it.
Did you change it?
And it's
That's
the
so
funniest
funny.
thing because it could not happen to a sweeter, more. And the thing is, too, you see him and he's this like pale, pasty white guy, like the perfect person that you think is doing it on purpose, and just like you could not find a more well-meaning person to have done this. It's just. And every time
Only 3
I
more days, right?
laugh about this, poor Ed's like, "Stop teasing me." It's amazing.
3 more days.
It
3 more days.
3 more days, Ed. 3 more days. Our dog whistle. Yeah. Afternoon. Biggie
Wait, where are we
Teddy.
at in terms of? Are you still doing 48-hour live stream? Is that still happening? In a
Yes.
couple of weeks?
On the 15th of June, guys, 24-hour live stream. We are going to be playing games. We are going to be...
That's right. There was going to be games. I remember
doing stuff. There are going to be games. There are going to be games now.
Mm-hmm.
Amy, can you remind other Amy that she's doing the quiz, the Ozpol quiz? I'm getting in touch with Purple Pingers, Lila RPG. I would say yes, Katya, but I'm not on TikTok. I'm on Twitch. Can't do it. People want to go live together, and I'm like, I'd love to, but I'm not on there.
Get her
really.
to join the Ko-fi. She can come to the Ko-fi and then go through the Discord and do the dance.
No, she live streams on TikTok professionally.
Yeah, no,
so she likes to do battles. Yeah. And like, if I was on TikTok, I would be like, oh yeah, I'll do it with you because you're a mate, whatever. But yeah, no, I'm not on TikTok. My boys hate being dragged to rallies, but they get into it when they do it. My kids love it. They practice protesting at home. My kids march around their house practicing their chants before we go, and there's paint all over my kitchen floor because this is where we make our posters before we go. And they like to...
It's all water-based paint, right?
No, it's all acrylic. It's tile. It'll come off if I put the effort
it'll
into
come.
actually, getting it off. I just can't be fucked.
I'm just making like a DIY list when I eventually end up over there.
Yeah. Well, this is why when people say... who's going to do all the work I'm like, are you kidding? We're trying to start a commune and I've got no land, I've got no property, we've got no funding, but I got a list of volunteers ready to work. Yes. What are you talking about? Who's going to do the work?
You were talking about this before, earlier, when I was out walking the dog, and I was hoping that we'd eventually come back to this. How much thought, how much depth have we given to this idea, like realistically?
So I've started a not-for-profit.
Yeah.
So I've started a not-for-profit that's dedicated to housing, to starting with housing. So what the plan would be, particularly, I heard someone did something, someone followed or something. Thank you, whoever did whatever you did. Watching a 2-year-old going, "Fui Palestine" is a little bit cute. Absolutely. Paint scraper thing, yes. Leftist Down Under. Yes, Leftist Down Under. I will get in touch with Leftist. I did mean to text him the other day. Oh, I keep forgetting.
Community.
Yes, right. So here's the plan. Okay, this is the structure of the commune. So it's a not-for-profit offering community service. So that gets us a whole lot of different benefits and whatever. There's 3 different tiers for housing provided on site. We have workers' accommodation, which is freely provided to those who provide their labour to the program. You're also allowed to do other things outside of the program, like it's not at all a 24-hour you must do, but you have a permanent home provided if you are a worker signed up to the program. And we then have the tiny homes, which provide short-term transitional or ongoing / transportable homes. So this is for people who are doing the diversionary programs, both for the kids doing diversionary programs. They have their own house that they take care of themselves, that they have to maintain and look after. If they don't, they go up to Banksia. Like, this is a diversionary program to prevent them going up there. They're responsible for themselves where they're in that program. Food and stuff will be provided. We're not. But I mean, as in it's their own bathroom, their own little kitchenette. They get their own space to do with as they want. Obviously, we have adults taking care of the children. That's obviously, but also for the TAS program, for the people coming out of prison after they finish their prison term, those who've participated in the program before leaving the program and helped to do the building and construction, particularly around education, they get a home as a part of coming out of that program. They help with the program, like with providing education to the boys and mentorship to the boys for a period of 3 years. And then that home is theirs. They have the key. They can take it wherever they want. Like, it's a tiny home on wheels. They've provided, they get paid for their labour as well, but they've signed up for a 3-year contract that they can leave, but they don't get the house. If they stay for a minimum of 3 years, they get the house as a part of their sign-off, goodbye, thanks for being here bonus. Because we'll have new tiny homes being built to replace those ones. We'll also have yurts, which are firm tents, basically. And these are provided for people who are unhoused and looking for accommodation, actively looking for permanent accommodation, and just need a solution that's not going to leave them homeless. And that is just purely because of the cost. It costs about $10,000 per yurt, so it's a very cheap housing solution. But they're very firm, canvas, watertight, warm, able to be heated, and semi-permanent. Each one lasts about 10 years, so it's about $1,000 a year that it costs us. $1,000 a year for this accommodation.
Wow.
And I've done a lot of work.
I could tell. Like, I didn't really know how in depth you went, and it's like really deep. Cool.
So because I've been working in this space for a little while, so I know a lot of the contacts. I've got a lot of, and again, that autism pattern recognition, I can see where there are opportunities to be able to link this together. So particularly with the yurts as well and the traditional accommodation, what I also wanted to do was have separate tiny homes on slabs rather than on wheels for either like elderly people who are part of the community, who are no longer able to maintain a larger home, want to downsize, that kind of thing, or people who do just obviously want a smaller housing, maybe not, as able to get out and involved in the community.
They just want a small house.
Yeah, exactly. Some sort.
I get it.
A single person.
Each to their own. Yeah.
Exactly, and you want to be able to provide as much option as you can. But really going back to that idea of when we first came up with the concept of adverse possession and the idea, ad starts in a minute, so I'll pause this. But we first came up with this idea that you were allowed to take the land because you could do more with it. It was never that it was yours and yours alone. That was never part of the program. That was never part of the idea. Someone who was a landlord was then had tenants living on their land that they were responsible for. You didn't charge them rent per se, but they contributed and they worked. And yes, like you made income from their work, from their land, but they were earning income from the land and you got to tax that income basically. It was income tax. It wasn't, like people think about rents as being rents the same way we have them. No, rents was more like income tax back in the day. So going back to that way of doing it, where you're not paying to live here, where you're contributing to this community. And instead of doing it through income tax, you're doing it through contributing to the community, the communist way. But yeah, the ad's starting in a second, so I'll go into more of it later. But the other thing that I really, because at the moment I'm trying to figure out the legal structure, because there are a few different options that you have in terms of legal structure, being a company, partnership, trust, public company, limited by guarantee, and or an incorporated association. I need Amy to help me with that. We are going to get together and have a discussion about it soon to get it sorted. Oh, ads are in progress.
Nice.
Oh,
Content,
bonus content.
I shouldn't encourage it.
Oh, absolutely, you should. What are you talking about? I don't have much left.
Like, I don't want to see you cough up the other lung this stream. Like, I've actually got to get to you when you're alive to say hi. I don't want to, Put it this way, I'd rather see you choke to death in front of me, like, in person. It'd be hilarious. Hilarious.
Well, okay. Oh, that's right. In person. You're talking about in person. This is saying cooperatives. Yeah. Communism, cooperatives. Yeah. Tia's been talking about this for years. I'm actually at the point. Hey?
I was going to say, it's not communism. It's tradies call it the beer economy.
It's, beer economy.
Like,
exactly.
That's what we've always called it. It's not communism, it's the beer economy.
This is what frustrates the shit out of me too, when people go, oh my God, we've always used money, we've always needed money. I'm like, there is an entire economy that still operates in this country that doesn't use money. We call it the beer economy. And there are entire Facebook groups dedicated to it. Shut the fuck up. We need money, you dumb cunts.
Everyone realizes that the only reason we still have cash and will have cash for a while is because of the boomers, right? They're the ones preventing us from going digital. I don't like to, say it, but that is the reason, because I think it was last year, it was 25% of properties sold were paid for in cash.
Yeah.
Or at least no mortgages.
Yeah.
So,
I know. By the time we've all got more debt than we do money, we might as well just get rid of money, right? It's going to be better for all of us to just have zero.
What is money? It's nothing.
Exactly. And if we've all got less of it than we do more, if we're all in the negative, get rid of it and we're all better off.
It also keeps getting diluted. I mean, the US dollar... Like the US printed twice as much money. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just...
Everything's worth half as much. Yeah. You're good.
The cooperative legal structure, though, unfortunately, as a cooperative, I don't think you can apply for funding. And the big thing is, so the other thing I was going to say is the temporary accommodation as well. I want to provide some temporary accommodation for people who are fleeing FDV, that sort of situation, like people who need short-term temporary accommodation. Having a standalone dwelling is much more beneficial than having a room in a house, which is what you get at the
Yeah.
moment when you're trying to flee those situations.
They
And
need their
having a
own safe
stand,
place.
hey,
People need their own safe place when they're fleeing domestic violence.
absolutely,
You need
absolutely,
your own little
yeah.
place. Yeah.
But also, you don't want the kids being in separate rooms. You want them in the same room with you. So having a studio apartment set up, but like having a few studio apartments there for those people would also, because they can be used for whatever they need to be used for. They could be used
Mm.
for, temporary housing for homelessness. They can be used for people fleeing FDV. They can be used for whatever they need to be used for. You don't have to put a label on it necessarily. But in terms of getting
Yeah.
funding and stuff, we do need to have specified programs attached. So then you have the people who are working on site, who live there, who also provide the programs. And one of the great things, one of the issues that we have, particularly where I am, is that we need people who are willing to volunteer their time in construction, helping patch holes in houses, because we'll remove the violent man from the situation, but the holes that he's left behind are still there, for example.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to provide a tenancy support program and get funding for that, because I know there's plenty of money out there that people are looking for that at the moment. But really what we need are people who are willing to volunteer, and if we have a commune where we're all living and we're like, who wants to come and patch up? I know how to plaster. I worked as a plasterer previously. My brother has full on, and my brother as well, he's a qualified plasterer. He's got his builder certificate.
Yeah.
He would 100% do it. He's got all the gear. He's got the stilts. He's got the whole gear, but he's got arthritis in his elbow. And I've got arthritis in my elbow from cocktails. So both of us are fucked, but we could teach people how to do
Wait,
it.
what?
I was a
cocktail?
I was a cocktail
Like
bartender.
Okay. Yep. You got tennis elbow from shaking drinks.
From pouring, from flair,
Oh,
from spinning.
okay.
I used to do flair, so I'd spin bottles. I can tip a bottle up. I can tip a bottle up with 2 fingers. I can tip a full bottle of vodka up with 2 fingers. I only need 2 fingers, but my elbow is fucked because of it.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Okay,
I could pour. I used to do pour 5 shots out at once on with my tins, and I used to do all kinds of flair. I was all.
That's pretty cool. I used to drink lots of shots and then throw up.
I used to work at some pretty posh bars in Perth back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Don't miss it.
Okay. Well, I like this community talk. I like this community.
Yes.
I like what you've got going on.
Yep.
Very interesting.
And the thing is too, if you are doing a try-a-trade program, for example, if we take the kids part of the diversionary program, instead of going to Banksia, they come out to the farm, because we're going to have a working farm out there too, because we're going to grow all our own food. And also, okay, so in the middle of the thing, there is the communal, oh my God, there's the community space. Communal community space, which has a commercial kitchen. So community members can come in and do community cook-ups and things. And because one of the issues we had over COVID was we wanted to cook meals for the community, but we needed a commercial kitchen, and we couldn't find anyone willing to allow us to use a communal kitchen, despite the fact that businesses were shuttered over COVID, because they still would have had to pay for cleaners and things. So we want to have a commercial kitchen, so we can make our own produce and stuff in it. We can also sell it, but we can also give it away then. It's because it's been made in a commercial kitchen, it's safe to be able to donate. So we'll be able to provide a food pantry as well for the community. and
Okay.
like a communal eating area, so we can like invite the community in for meals, and like for have schools come out and do training days and things, so they can come in and learn about how the farm works, and we can do like community events and things, but also like a multi-purpose area, so we can do like, because I've got, for example, 7 sewing machines. I can teach everyone how to sew, and that's a skill that everyone can get. Like teaching the kids
Mm.
how to build, and how to build walls, and how to
Yeah,
plaster.
yeah.
The weather's not always the best. You have a big communal area. Okay, we're going to have to take that area up today because we're doing wall framing. We're going to learn some framing, and we need a
Yeah.
dry space to do it. So I'm going to take the boys in here to do some framing with them. And yeah, you know. Oh, swoosh, head pats. We get head pats here. So many perks. I know. That's because we're a community. We're all about the community perks. We love our community perks around here. Ah. But
I'm
yeah,
just reading the chat.
so
Yeah.
yes, and also having the other thing I want to do is have some A-frame housing set up through, because we're also going to set it up on a big native block, so that we've got, what do you call it? We're going to do some bush restoration in the surrounding area too.
Yep.
We're going to have a rehabilitation program, and we're going to be able to teach the kids all about like native food and native cultural practices, how to like, you know, get the elders involved.
Yeah, cool.
Do that kind of thing out there, do some education and training. And I forgot where I was going with that. Where was I going with that?
I, uh, I'm not sure you're talking about.
Oh,
I was curious.
A-frames.
Where is this? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
A-frames.
yeah.
In amongst the bushland, we're going to have a couple of, not a lot, but maybe 3 or 4 A-frames set up for respite care. So this is for families who maybe have a child with a disability that takes a lot of time, attention, and money, or families who have been fleeing domestic violence, families who have a child who is, perhaps needing end of
Families that
life
need a little bit
care.
extra.
Yeah, families that just deserve a bit of a break, and so that's going to be like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
holiday
yeah.
space for them.
That's it.
Yeah, so they're going to
Yeah,
come and
okay.
have a little holiday, and it's going to be like holiday chalets, and they're going to come and we'll do breakfast for them, like a little bed and breakfast sort of setup, purely for respite care. So not like as a 5-star resort thing, but just, we'll put on a little morning tea for them, let them come out and see the animals and ride the horses, and just have a nice weekend off from life.
From life, yeah.
Yeah. Self-contained respite too, so they've got privacy still, and because that's something that's always lacking when you've got doctors and a million people in your face all the time dealing with shit. Self-contained respite, but they can, I drink a no-flavored Kool-Aid. I can teach weaving. Yes, Belle, you can. And because we're going to be developing these programs naturally as we go along, we're not going to be trying to bite off or more than we can chew. It's going to grow. But we've got the core idea of where we're starting. We know where we're going with it, is the idea. Because of that, we can kind of, I don't know, we can start small with the community we have, with the skills that we have, and develop and grow and gain as we need. Because one of the best things about this area is if you have someone who's willing to do the work. Like if, for example, if you said to me, Tim, oh, look, I would really like to do my builder certificate. I've got these skills, but I don't have the qualification. We can find a program that's going to pay to get you to do the qualification, because you're working for a not-for-profit that needs you to do the qualification. So you get the education for free, you get the employment at the same time, and the community gets another qualified builder willing to pitch in. Like financial counselling, we did this with financial counsellors. We had a couple of ladies who were wanting to get trained up, and there was funding for people who wanted to provide help for FDV, but it couldn't be like an ongoing cost. And we said, give us funding to train 4 people up to be financial counselors to go out and in the community with these ladies and, for example, help them write up a grocery list and then take them to the store and help them find what they're looking for. Because when you've been in a FDV situation, your life's often been so controlled that the idea of being allowed to write your own grocery list can be quite overwhelming. So it's not just a matter of, I don't know how to balance a checkbook. It's a matter of the idea of attempting to write my own grocery list feels like too much.
You almost have to relearn life from a basic start.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Trauma is nuts.
Yeah, trauma rewires the brain. Absolutely.
It causes brain damage. Like,
it does.
To some degree.
It does.
Like,
Absolutely, it does. It changes, it rewires your brain. It absolutely does. Oh, 100%. Hello, David Slave. Welcome. Oh, Natalice, hello. No, it really fucking does. It really is. Captain Ginger, we're getting all the joy. Everyone's joining us now. It's great. I mean, everyone's been joining us from the beginning. We've had all our faves from the beginning, so no worries there. It's fine. But yeah, and so, you know, they'd go into the financial counsellor, they'd get their budget written out, and then they'd go home and they'd be like, okay, well, what do I do with this? It says to spend $150 on groceries, but I go to the grocery store and I get what I need, and I get to the till and it's $300. Like, I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
You know? Because I have, for the last 5 years or the last 10 years, only been allowed to cook these 5 meals. And so that's what I cook. And it doesn't matter that buying a family-sized frozen lasagna from Coles is $10 and making one yourself is half that. This is the one that my ex-husband wanted, and so this is the one I buy. You know?
Yeah. Yeah,
$150 is a tin of potatoes and some beets. Hey?
I said fear is such a powerful tool.
It is. It really is. And yeah, that's PTSD and CPTSD are a thing. Absolutely.
Oh shit, yeah.
But when we pointed this out to CommBank, we said it's having financial counselling isn't enough. We need a financial support person who has the financial counselling skills, but also has the cultural sensitivity and the general skills to be able to go out in community and help these women to develop those skills and build them up to the point where they don't need help writing a grocery list. They don't need help going to the shopping centre. And, you know, one thing that I've done this last term is put my kids on the school bus to save money on petrol. Because we live a little bit out of town, petrol is the biggest expense that I have. And the only reason I have to go all the way into town is to pick them up from school. So
you tried the school bus.
Yeah. And the
How's
state
that going?
government's making it free as of the 1st of July. I know. I'm not going to pay any more for transport.
How is that going for you and the kids? Like, how are they dealing with the school bus situation?
Oh,
they're loving it.
They're loving it. After they got over the initial, absolutely. After they got over the initial worry, and I keep saying, I'll get off at this bus stop. It's closer to the house. You won't have to walk as far. And my son's just like, no, my friends get off at that bus stop.
I'm going to sit there longer with my bus.
Yeah, I want to be on the bus longer. Okay.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Perfect. They're great.
Now. He doesn't need me, doesn't want me, not interested. I drove to the bus stop the other day to pick him up because it was raining. And he goes, Mum, you're embarrassing. My friends were there. Okay.
You know what? Next time you need to rock up playing something absolutely smashing that is embarrassing as something, I don't know. Like Barbie Girl. I like Barbie Girl.
I was listening to Taylor Swift at the top of my lungs. So, and
Perfect.
when I say at the top of my lungs, yes, I was also verbalizing
Yeah,
Taylor
yeah, no,
Swift. I can't
yeah.
call it singing. I'll call it verbalizing. Especially not with this
That's
cough. Cannot call it singing. Can you do that neato thing where you make baskets from the wrapped spiky bush and it's threaded all into itself? Yes. Yes. Auntie Belle does have the skills. She got the damn skills. She got all them skills. I didn't
right.
I didn't realize either that possum skin cloak wasn't something that they did over in the West. Possums, aren't as prolific over here though either. So, but like that's a big thing back home. Like when a baby's born, they get given a possum skin cloak, and it's like we wrap them in it, we swaddle them in their cloak. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah, I know what these are.
That's cool.
Yeah, but they're not a thing over in the West. I didn't realize because I was like talking to the aunties about getting one done for the kids when they were born, and they were like, "No, what?" So my kids didn't have one because they were not born on country.
Oh no.
Sadly.
I mean, there's still time to
Yeah.
fix all that, right? We're still young.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I could wrap him in one now and call it swaddling. And my boy, he's so funny. He's at that age where he wants to pretend he's all big and tough. But whenever I do,
Yeah.
like, get up and cuddle him, and I'm like, I need to cuddle you. And he's like, oh, Mom, don't. He's got a big smile on his face still. So I'm like,
That's good. That's great. Like, that's
yeah.
great.
Oh,
And
and
wait,
don't forget, guys.
no, keep going. Don't forget. What are we forgetting?
Don't forget our
I've already
family
forgotten.
from Palestine. Don't forget Wales family that we are trying to raise funds for. Link in bio. Link in bio.
I was experimenting with videos, like in terms of getting to links and stuff. I think having a screen video in the background of a word search through Google helps in terms of content. You don't say anything, you just talk your piece, but in the background, you just do the green screen. From Google, just type in, I can't remember what the keyword search is. I'll figure it out later. You type in his name and GoFundMe, and
Okay.
it goes straight to his page. But you're not actually linking anything.
Okay.
It's just a workaround to get.
Yeah. Yep. I am. What I think, I've got this whiteboard up here. I might write link in bio and just film a TikTok, not say anything about it, but just have link in bio written above my head or something. Just
Yep.
maybe I'll start posting all my TikToks like that, or with the QR code, with the QR code on the screen.
No, they don't do QR codes. They don't like it. They'll block it on TikTok.
Oh, will they? Okay. Blink
Yep.
in
I've done that.
Lio. Blink in Lio. Yeah. There's a glorious
Oh, hang
amount
on.
of stealable Minecraft also.
Yeah, see, once I tried that with is it mirrored? No, it's working in this one.
Hey, it is working. Yay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Linktree.
Yeah, you just like
I still haven't done my Linktree. I need to do that. I should do that while I'm here. Rather than keep saying,
online.
Yep.
Right. I'm just gonna jet off for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for joining us. Do it now. Yeah, okay.
I'm coming.
I'll do it right now. I'm not going to kick you off. Don't stress. I am going to mute you though, just in case, you might start talking to yourself in the background and you don't want us hearing you. It works for people advertising their OnlyFans. Okay. You'll need some Duracida spray thingies. QR code. Do QR codes work? No, I will do a link tree. Hello, Mr. T. Welcome. Hello, Kendra is trying. Welcome. Aaron Huselodge. Welcome. I don't think anyone actually stayed, but you know. Oh. All right, let's do it then. Let's get the link tree started because I keep saying I'm going to do it and I keep forgetting to do it. So, this is a phrase I was going to say the other day and I can't remember. Oh, that's right. I was going to order bouger un avoir avec un grand noir, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. That was my attempt at French. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. I know it was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, Linktree. Linktree. How do I do this? What's the deal with Linktree? If you please, that's all I got. Oui. Yeah, I said I'll have... Well, no, I'm not going to say it now, actually. I'm not going to say it now. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Is that all the French you got? Is that all the French you got? Oh, my sisters. What's happened? Oh, Tim's back, and I muted him, and he didn't realise. There we go. You're unmuted. Sorry.
No, I did hear you say. That you muted me. The phone was like well away anyway.
No, all good. No worries. I just always get nervous because I'm like, what if I do start talking to myself, and then everyone's like, "Who are you talking to?" And I have to tell them it's no one. Like, maybe not. I'm just going to grab a Pepsi.
No, so I heard you talking French before. What were you trying to say in French? You don't have any Pepsi. First world problem.
I don't have any Pepsi, no. I know. Well, they didn't have any at food banks, so...
Oh, fair enough.
It's from the Moulin Rouge movie.
Jumping back to the community thing, just quickly.
Yeah.
Where is all this based? This is based where you live, roughly? Like
Western
around your area? Or is it...
Yep.
Okay. So we're going back to the French thing now. What were we trying to say before in French? Say it again.
I said something naughty.
No, you said avec. What did you say? Say it again.
I was going to say, do you know French? Is that why your
coffee
addicted dad's enjoying it? Okay. So if I say it, you might know what I'm saying.
Yes. My headphones were crackling when I was too far away from the phone. So I only got like avec, which means with.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say it, but I can't say it in English. I can't say it in English. So if you don't know the French, I can't help you.
No, that's fine. My French is like a couple of years old, so it's fine.
Okay. Bouger en avait un grand nom, s'il vous plaît.
What did you say, bouger?
Yeah.
Something big.
I said I'll have.
Please.
I'll have take. For me, I'll have a big.
So why are you saying it in English now? Don't say it in English. That was the whole point. Don't say it in English. You're just killing the whole thing.
I didn't say the whole thing.
I know, but like you're giving away way too many hints.
Bouger en revoir, un grand nom, s'il vous plaît.
I don't know. Please. Please is at the end.
I asked nicely.
You did. You did. There's several, yeah.
I feel like I should write outros for nonsense for Sabrina Carpenter in French. Does it have anything to do with voodoo? Of course it does, Belle. Of course it does.
Boudoir, boudoir.
Belle's picking up what I'm putting down. Votre enfance
So, wait, what happened with your link tree? Were you doing the link tree?
Oh yeah, fuck! I was doing a link tree. I keep getting distracted. Topical
Just
depression.
wait, I am sorry. I am not speaking French. Je suis désolé, je ne parle
Speaking French.
en français.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's I apologize, isn't it? Désolé, sorry.
Hang on a sec. Votre. Your.
What does this become, a French test? I didn't know this. I would have studied.
Your French is.
I would have studied like a little bit more.
Your French
Shit.
is shit. Mine. Oh no, your shit. Your French is good. Mine is shit.
No, mine is shit. It's just because I can put the accent on it. You know what the best word I think in French is egg. It's oof.
Egg.
Oof. Yeah, that's how you say
I
egg
haven't
in French.
memorized. I've just said it. Okay.
Where we go?
Yeah.
Sweet désolé.
Your French is exciting. That's why I was getting confused with extant. I was like, your French is exciting? Your French is exciting me. What?
What are you talking about a black cat for, Belinda?
I wasn't talking about a black cat. Le chat
black cat.
noir. I wasn't talking about
Le chat noir.
Le chat
That's
noir.
what it is. What did I say to someone last night when they were pissing me off when they were trolling me? Oh, I said bon nuit.
Bon oui.
Yeah, good night. Good evening, I think it is. They were trolling me, so I was just like, fuck this, I'm done with it. Bon nuit. It's like from Futurama with the gargoyle. Futurama.
I finally translated. Hey, what?
What? No, you keep going.
No, you say. What did you say? I was off with the fairies.
No, I said. Yeah, no, keep going with the fairies. They're great. That's what we tune in for.
I finally fully translated what Kim said. It's the French solution.
Oh.
They're all right. Your French is exciting, but only for dirty talk. But he used the wrong talk. That's all right.
I mean, that's like.
Votre France est franchement uniquement pour des.
I have no idea what was that.
Me either, really. I did do okay in French, but it was years ago. Years and years ago. I haven't done it in so long. I graduated in 20... Yeah. Oh, it wasn't that... Oh, it was that long ago. I graduated in 2020, so...
Wait, what's that?
I graduated uni in 2020.
Oh, uni. Oh, shit. I was like...
Yeah,
you're a millennial. How did you finish high school in 2020? That doesn't make sense.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
High school
So, like, for me, uni is not an achievement because that never happened.
Oh, it doesn't have to, though. Only happened for me a few years back. And I got 3 degrees out of the motherfucker. Took my time, but I did it real fucking well.
Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with that? That's great. Look, I did trade. I just did trade because that's just what I wanted to do. And one of the first things you do when you go to TAFE, they do an aptitude test. Check basic, like literacy and numeracy skills. And I did the test. I was like one of the first people to finish. I think I was the first person to finish. Not that it fucking mattered. But they go, "Oh yeah, you got A plus in maths and A in English. Why didn't you go to uni?" And I was like, "I didn't want to."
Not everyone has
Like,
to.
what kind of like what is that? Like, do you not
Yeah.
want like good tradespeople, or do you just want all the C students? Like, that's cool.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And I think unfortunately, um, we have this idea that intelligent people like, and again, everyone sort of says out there, oh, if you want to buy a house, go to uni. Like, no, you shouldn't have to have a university degree to be able to afford housing. You also shouldn't even have to have any qualification. Like, someone standing on their
Well,
feet for 10 hours a day at the grocery store scanning your groceries deserves to earn
yes,
enough to afford to be able to survive. Like,
I've
you
summarized
shouldn't
this
have to have
before.
any education.
I've summarized this before. The people that are deemed essential workers, basically
Mm-hmm.
none of those wages pay enough to buy a house. And
Yep.
yet they were the people that were deemed essential to the basic functions of society,
During the
whilst people were
pandemic.
able to, yeah, whilst people were allowed to, work from home, remote working. Like, don't get me wrong, that's cool, but I still think it's busy work. Is your job actually a job? It doesn't
No, it's
contribute to the
not.
basic function of society.
Yeah.
Um, but how is that? We build the houses, yet we can't afford them. You wonder why there's an
I
apprentice shortage,
Yeah, and
amongst
even an
other things.
apprentice should be allowed to afford, you know, because you don't know anyone. Like, people have this assumption that only 15-year-olds are apprentices. It's like, you never know why or when or who is going to need to go back and do further education or just want to, for example. And
Yeah,
whatever job you are doing, you deserve the basic dignity of being able to survive and support yourself,
yes,
you know?
100%. Yeah,
I just,
I
yeah.
didn't look. I didn't get my shit together and do an apprenticeship until I was 22, I think.
Yeah.
It's not. I wasn't 16. Like I did high school. I finished high school year 12. I don't know why. It was more of a hangout. I'm pretty sure I was absent most of the time by year 12 anyway.
Yeah.
After that, just work jobs, just having a life, just dealing with all that shit that I did when I was a kid. And then I went, you know what? I need a career. I need to do something. And I was hired as a mature age apprentice. And that's one of the reasons why I was hired, because I was there not to fuck around. I was there to do work.
Yeah.
And that was not
Yep.
overlooked. It did give me the benefit in the sense of I got paid a bit more being mature age, but that was nice when it started, and then when your pay rise the first year was 7 cents to the next year was 63 cents, it kind of got a bit shit.
Fucking
So
hell.
yeah, it was pretty rough.
Fucking
But
hell.
I mean, you just made it work. Like, you just made it work. In the sense of me being mature age, it was already higher than what a 16-year-old apprentice would have got, which I went to
Yeah.
take with guys that were 16, 15, 16, sorry, 16, 17, and they were saying some of them were on like near $9, $10 an hour.
God.
And like, these are the people that are supposed to be, building our way out of the housing crisis. You're not paying them enough to
Live in the houses they're
buy the
building.
tools that are needed for the job. Yeah, well, that's it. Like, they can't even afford. Queensland. I saw it the other day. Queensland popped up there doing $1,000 subsidy for apprentices or something to address the apprentice shortage. So $1,000 worth of tools, you can basically claim it. That's it. Um, which was funny because Tony Abbott ended, I think it was in 2014, the Tools for Trade scheme, which was you signed up as an apprentice, you got about $800 every year. When you reach that next milestone up until completion, you got payments. It totaled to about four and a half, $5,000 that you just got as a wage. The first one was supposed to be spent on tools. The next one was like a wage top up. They claimed it, but it was an extra 5 grand as an apprentice that you just got. Um, Tony Abbott changed it to the trade support loan scheme, which entitles apprentices to claim up to $20,000. I think it's a bit more now, but it was $20,000 in a government loan, so no interest loan. Upon completion of your trade, you got a 20% discount, which meant that if you played it everything right, you would walk away with 4 grand. So he took $1,000 off him. Queensland's come up with this scheme to, make it a bit better, but it's literally where it was 15 years ago. It's just, yeah. They wonder why it's struggling.
Yeah. And
not to mention, like, oh, sorry, yeah, you go.
no, well, I was just going to say, this is the thing that frustrates me too, is that in amongst all these budgets, when they do these sneaky things where they remove things or they hire things, because they used to do the same thing as well for students where you were given a certain amount to go towards books and then they changed it, then they changed it again, and then it got added onto your HEX, but they weren't telling people. So it used to be you got money to go towards your books, and then it was like, oh, we'll just give you an extra $1,000 loan, so the debt was getting put on your HEX. And they changed these things. Yep. And they just change these things sneakily without people realizing. So it's like little but little. It's the enshittification of our entire everything.
Well,
the
like that situation I gave you. Well, the situation I gave you being the apprentice there, like I got the first trade support loan, the tools for trade. So I got the first like $800, spent it on tools. Still got them to this day. And then it was the second year he changed it when I was a second year apprentice. So then I looked into it and I claimed everything I could because it was easy. I just went, okay, they're going to give me this much money per week. All I have to do is put that in a bank account, leave it there, and then upon completion, I just pay back X amount. I walk away with some cash. Easy peasy. But they made it so complicated for the average person that I spoke to the boys at TAFE. I was like, have you guys looked in it? They're like, no, fuck that. It's too much effort. But they just, because it just becomes, that's the thing. If they don't reduce it, they just make it so ridiculously complicated that the average person just won't bother.
No, and they do it on purpose. It's the same with trying to
No, 100%.
They do the same fucking thing.
Yep. You're doing your link tree, aren't you?
I am. I'm trying to. I'm not very good at it.
No, that's okay. The M map. Zero trades in Queensland. We have to renovate and remove asbestos ourselves. Oh yeah. Oh, that's one of the perks of the job. Been there, done that. That sucks. Called my boss. I said I'm not doing it. He came out, did it barehanded. It's his problem. He can die. Actually, where I live now, it was funny. When I moved in, the place behind me was an old asbestos shack, and they actually removed it during my tenancy while I was here. They did a good job. There wasn't a lot of dust, but I'm aware of it. But
I was just catching up on the chat there. 80% of the population are off to uni, but there are zero tradies in Queensland. We have to renovate and remove asbestos ourselves. My sister did her uni for most of her adult life, but doesn't have a house. Yes, Kim, you're correct. If you want a house, the trick is to fall out of the right person. Okay, now I'm caught back up with the chat. Sorry, back to my link tree. I'm losing my shit. No, well,
Why?
I'm not sure how any of this works, and every time I try and do anything, I'm like, fuck, bro, like, what the... Yeah.
I actually started Patreon the other night. I actually signed up for Patreon because I do have other shit going on behind the scenes. I'm not some sort of crazy person going at my landlords for no reason.
Yeah.
Apart from the obvious that they deserve it.
Besides the obvious, of course.
I got my own shit. Yeah, well.
Copy your
look, wait.
URL.
There's no one. I found like that. The vanity is like mold spores. It's great. It's like a cluster of them.
Kellyanne just left a comment on Twitch, just said that her daughter
Hmm.
only recently learnt it's called Centrelink because she constantly calls it Stinky Link.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
I
That
feel
fits.
for I feel for people out there on Centrelink. It's
Yeah.
such a shit hassle. Like
Oh,
I did it. I moved out of home when I was young, so I did youth allowance and all that sort of stuff. And then it came to transition to, I suppose it was the dole or whatever they call it. And it was just such a hassle. I think within a week within a couple of weeks I had a job. And then I was
yeah.
like, I'm never going back. Just because it just like I understand it's there to help people when they're down. Like I completely get it. That's the point of it. And some people are just, that's just what happens. That's the hand they were dealt. That's, the best they can do. And personally, like that's why one of the reasons why I was like, I'm never going back on it because they're there for people that need it. I can figure shit out, you know.
Yeah, but at the same
But
time, it's
it
like
was just
unfortunately, this is one of the tricks that they do because the social safety net isn't actually there for us. The social safety net is there for them.
mm,
The social safety net is the deal they made to make sure we didn't go French solution on their asses. They told us, look, don't worry, what we'll do is we'll put this safety net in there so that never again will you have the situation where you're starving going, what do we do? And the Queen goes, let them eat cake, which I know she didn't actually say, but the point is, like,
yeah.
we want to avoid this catastrophe again where we decide to take people's heads because we're hungry as all fuck. So instead, we're going to do this whole social safety net business so that then, don't worry, rich people, the poors won't ever need to come for your necks again. And
If
the
you give
the
them
well-to-do
if you
have
give them
forgotten that.
crumbs, they won't be hungry, right?
But they've forgotten that. They've forgotten why the social... So they keep
Mm,
attacking the social safety net, forgetting why it exists. So part of the reason that we think it's now only there for the needy is because they want us to believe that it's not supposed to be there for all of us to ensure we all have a certain standard and quality of life so that we're not tempted to take their heads. It's there just to stop us from dying. No, because the people who took your heads weren't dead yet. They weren't like on the cusp of dying. Like,
mm,
they didn't wait that long. They were hungry and so they came for your head. That's what it's there to stop. It's there to ensure a certain quality of life, and it's not doing that. And we
mm.
have people believing that they don't deserve it because they're not needy. And it's like, I'm not needy. Centrelink is 50% of my income. I'm on single parenting payments. I'm not
Well, that's
needy,
it.
but I can't
No,
afford my kids
but
without
look,
it.
put it put it this way: the system is there for everyone to use if they know how to use it. That's why it's there, and you're not doing anything. You're just doing what you can
Yeah, but it's being
using
treated now
available
more as a
resources.
punishment. Only the poor people who haven't tried and worked hard enough need it. So we get to punish
Mm,
you if you're calling up Centrelink. And that's why it doesn't matter that we had people waiting, and I had a situation where I called them and they told me several times that my problem had been fixed and it hadn't been. And I kept jumping back and
yeah,
forward between child support and and the parents next because I hadn't needed to be on Centrelink before I got separated last year. And I was on the phone with this woman and I was at my wit's end. And at this point, this had been going on for so long, child
mm,
support were backing me up and they were on the other line listening into this call because Centrelink had been such cunts. Like, so child support
wow,
were recording the calls for me at this point. And I said to this woman, okay, you've just told me it's sorted, it's fixed. But the last call I had, this call number, I'm going to read it out to you. She told me the same thing, and that was 2 weeks ago, and it still hasn't been fixed. So, like, can you send me something in writing? Can I get an email? Like, is there anything that I can have beyond your word that
mm,
this is gone through, that this is gonna happen, because I've had this conversation before, and there was nothing, there was silence, and I went, hello, and then child support goes, yeah, sorry, Tamara, she's ended the call, and she's claimed that it was because you were being aggressive with her on the phone.
Yeah.
And this is what they kept saying, and I got a red flag on my file for being aggressive on phone calls, and so they started like not taking my calls at all. And I had child support listening into the calls going, fucking bitch, where? But I had to have them backing me up.
Yeah.
And this is what people will do constantly. This is why I've made the point previously as well, that saying things like, you know, I had HR say to me in a meeting, if you use that language, I will end this call. And I've said, if you're interested in working through a problem, that's not how you address an issue. You say, just a heads up, I don't appreciate that language in this environment. I understand that you're feeling passionate and that's why you've used that language. Can we please try and refrain from using that language going forward? If it does come up again, like I'm going to remove myself from the call because I'm not really comfortable with that language being used. But any other expression of that is just a way of trying to control another person's expression by focusing on their language, especially because I didn't swear at her. I hadn't sworn at anyone. And that's what all of these, like, there to help you systems use this same, you have to, regardless of how often we push you down, regardless of how torturous the experience is, regardless of how badly we talk to you and how much abhorrently we treat you, you have to maintain your cool, because if you so much as raise your voice just a little bit, I will end the call and claim you are being abusive, and that means you're no longer entitled to our help. And it's just another form of, and again, the people that they're talking to are not the people with university educations capable of code switching as easily and identifying the inherent power dynamics in that kind of a conversation. Because when the HR woman did that to me, I said, stop right there. What you've done just now is a form of colonization. It's a form of settler colonization control. You're trying to control my form of expression when I've expressed something to you in a way that maybe you didn't like, but I'm expressing my discomfort with the situation that I don't like. You've put me in this situation. I'm expressing myself. You don't like the way I'm expressing myself. I don't like the really abhorrent situation that you've put me in, and this is how I'm expressing that discomfort. Imagine how you'd feel being in my situation if a word can make you feel that uncomfortable. Now, using that and I just immediately code switched, and I went, because we had management in the meeting as well, and I just said, using my form of speech as a way to try and end this conversation when you are facing like negative feedback for the way that you've mishandled the situation, is that's just a Davo. You're once again just trying to reverse who is the victim in this situation. You're trying to make yourself out to be the victim because I've used a word that made you feel uncomfortable, but you're trying to control me, and my language has made me feel really uncomfortable, and as though you don't understand culturally appropriate communication. So I can't continue in this conversation with my HR rep because you've made me feel really unsafe. So we're going to have to come back to this conversation when I have a representative here who can ensure this doesn't happen again. Yeah, so we all eat the rations and not the rich. But that's why the rations are supposed to be more than rice and beans, you know? That's why the rations were supposed to include cake and sweets. Because otherwise we would eat the rich. Sorry, rant.
No,
Rant.
Great. That's like I've said so many times. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah.
In the chat will agree with me. We're all here for tomorrow's rant, right?
I tell you, they should. I want my cake. Yeah, fuck yeah. One thing, Pearlmania, I have to say, I do fucking love that video from Pearlmania where he's like, because he was talking about shrinkflation, and he's like, and now I'm paying $5 for only 4 cakes. What happened to my other 2 cakes? Like, He's literally rambling about the economy, and he's talking about how it costs more for all this sort of shit. He's going on and on and on about it. And at the end, and he's like, and if you didn't want us all screaming over the shit, all you had to do was give us our fucking cake. What happened to my fucking cake?
Such a great analogy to end the conversation with.
It is. Because it's literally, it's
Perfect.
like bread and circuses. That's what you give the population to stop them overthrowing. And now they're sitting up there going, well, fuck yes, you don't deserve bread and circus. You gave us the bread and circus to stop us eating you dumb fucks. Sorry, you stupid, moronic, ignoraneously incoherent fucks. I want some
Fuck's such a
cake.
great word.
It is. It is. It's the perfect. It's just the most unfucking believably delicious.
So versatile.
Very versatile. Yeah, I want some cake.
Love it.
I need some cake now. I need cake. I wonder if I can message someone and get them to bring me cake. Do you think? We don't have Uber. I'm just going to message my friends and be like, who wants to bring me cake?
Good
And
friend.
then we'll be like, Tamara has grass. Let's go around and say hi.
yeah. That's always the great leverage point.
Yeah.
Actually, I was the other day. I bought a trailer, and one of the things I've been doing for the last couple of weeks was looking at trailers. And one that popped up was about $2,000. It's just a box trailer. There wasn't really much in it. Apart from that, I noticed there was a solar panel on the roof, and in the ad it said something about battery is dead, new LEDs, good to go. Like, the picture pops up, and there's just like a trailer, and there's obviously the solar panel on the roof. There's LED strips on the floor. I'm like, this is a grow lab on wheels. This is a grow lab in a trailer. Like, this is what I'm looking at for $1,900.
I got distracted.
Yeah, that's cool. And I was like, considering I needed to buy a trailer for a few reasons. One of them is to, deal with my tenancy situation. I don't think a grow trailer was a great idea. So I didn't purchase that.
I tried maneuvering a plant that I'd been growing under grow lights in a truck once. It went badly.
Mm.
It did not go well.
Yeah, see, yeah. They got to grow on the dirt.
Yeah, use it for its intended purpose. Use it for its intended purpose, but just don't move it around. Like maybe a stationary grow trailer.
Well, I think that was the concept. It was like park it in a driveway and just leave it there. It's not that you drove it around, you just left it at your house or left it somewhere and then it just did its thing. It was a Gen Z idea. You could tell it was a Gen Z idea.
I might have to move house.
You? Why? Is that
yes, good point. On the Discord. No, move the grow trailer advice chat to the Discord. There are people who can help on the Discord.
Oh no, that was all just something I stumbled across. I bought a trailer, like I bought an actual trade trailer. That was just something I stumbled across that I thought people would find funny.
Oh, you didn't buy the grow trailer. I thought you had the grow trailer. I was going to be like, you should use it.
No.
Missed opportunity. But yeah, no, sorry for that random aside. Yeah, I just randomly occurred to me I might have to move. I'm trying to get a job and it's not going all the best. So it turns out starting on not-for-profit doesn't pay very well, so I need a job on the side.
So wait, you're gonna have to move from the home that you own?
Yeah, because I can't find a job where I am.
Yeah, no, fair. I get that. Funny that
I've been doing a lot of community work, yeah. I've been doing a lot of community work and stuff, but I can't. Yeah, I might.
You got to live. You got to live. I get it. I get it. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think this is something you should be really stressing about on live at the moment. I don't think you should.
Oh, I'm not really stressing about it because, to be honest, I don't need a job. I kind of feel bad saying this because I know how stressed other people are about their lives and things currently. But as long as I don't have any unexpected expenses, my income matches my expenses to a T without me needing to
Yeah,
work.
yeah. No,
So,
I understand that.
yeah.
Just
Um,
work it out.
yeah. Well, just no. Okay, when I say not having to work, I do work. I write. I do a lot of ghostwriting sort of stuff. So I do a lot of
Yeah,
like
cool.
researching, summation. Like I read and then summarize books for like uni courses when they want to give like a summary. Like I'll do that and they'll pay me like $100 a summary for like depending on the length of
That's
the
pretty
text
cool.
or so yeah. So I do some freelance work like that. I've done some like editing, copy editing, and work and stuff like that. So I have a bit of bit work that I do that pays the bills. It
Yeah, yeah,
if I needed new tires on the cars, I couldn't afford that without coming to the community and being like, "Hey." But mostly I actually
yeah,
don't need a job. But I kind of
yeah, yeah.
want
No,
one.
it gives you something to do, and then there's
Well,
a couple of perks afterwards, I suppose.
and also the extra income to help go back into setting up the not for profit because setting up a not for profit doesn't pay, but it also does cost. Like it costs money to register and
Yeah,
to send forms in and to get processing and stuff done. So I can afford to live, but I can't afford to set up a not for profit without a job.
yeah.
Like I've
I
had to put a
understand.
pause on it. Yeah, I've had to put a pause on it
Yeah.
because of getting the legal structure to become like an incorporated association, which
Okay.
um so as a co-op we can also I think an incorporated association is a co-op, an incorporated.
You're the solicitor.
No, I'm not yet, that's why I'm broke. I think an incorporated so I think that's the technical term. I think I might be wrong. Someone look it up and tell me that I'm wrong. I just do not want to be that person who's like, no, I totally know this thing, and then 5 minutes later, someone's like, you were very wrong. That happens a lot.
Just say I
Uh,
think and then go with it. That's what I do. I
yeah,
think it's this, and then
yeah, yo, milk and cake. I'm getting. I have someone bringing me cake, and they asked if I need anything else, and I said milk.
that's brilliant. I can't believe you got someone to bring you cake.
I have good friends.
Yeah, clearly. Like clearly.
I do. I have very good friends. I love my friends.
And they will do nearly anything for you, like bring you
Yep.
cake.
Yep. Yep.
That's
I
good.
got the bestest friends. I got the bestest friends. And look, include this community. Look at this community. You guys show up just to have random chats on a Tuesday. Oh, there's an ad in progress. It just finished.
Oh no.
I don't care. I'm doing bonus content time regardless.
Sounds good.
Sorry, excuse me. I'm just going to turn this way.
As long as you're off TikTok, Sam.
uh, what? You're writing vampire prone, aren't you? T, don't tell vibes. Oh, vampire porn. Sorry, not getting ad thingies this end. No, that's probably because you're subscribed, Kim. People who are subscribed don't get the ads. I'm just leaning out of the frame. I'm just leaning
That's
out
all right.
of
I'm
the
gonna
frame.
put
I got to lean quite far.
So I'm getting the dog dinner. Come here, bud. Come on. Come. Come here, you got two things. Right, you sit. Do sit. Come on. Good boy. Right. Okay. Sit. Sit. Good boy. That's what the dog wants.
I'm writing gibberish for Uni in the background again. You got to send me your gibberish to have a look at for you. I do. Oh, sorry, these damn allergies. I do mainly for like political science students. It's mainly poli-sci type stuff. But I do like editing, fact checking. Yeah, a fair bit of that good stuff too. But it's not like that's, you know. That's not the kind of job that comes with a union, let's say, you know? It's not the kind of job that comes with benefits. Sorry. Coughing. Ay.
Stop. Stay.
Okay.
You're in France. Sit.
I've calmed my farm. I think I've stopped wheezing. Okay, I haven't. It's out of shit. When I get halfway done, I will. Okay, all good. All good. Well, that I can help with, for sure. No stress. I have before received an essay from a student, and I kid you not, I could not work out what they were trying to say. Sorry.
She's choking. Oh, if you're missing out on all the good stuff, you can go on TikTok and you can get the live stream that isn't muted. It's got all the best bits that we love about life. You know, the coughing, the choking, the laughing.
No.
Cheers.
No, thank you. Don't do that. There's only 2 people over there right now, and I'm thanking my lucky stars that everyone else ran away before I started coughing up a lung. Oh, God.
It is what it is.
Ah, allergies.
Yeah. And, you know, a bit of fluid on the lungs doesn't help either. I mean,
No,
you've got to
and
be realistic.
I have actually been cutting back on my smoking. I won't do another one today, because I have been trying to be more careful about my poor lungs. Allergy, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. So bad.
Do you have a
bad.
Ventolin popper?
Ah, that's better. 420. We got a 420, 69 420. He knows the fun numbers. I got to do my link tree so I can put my Twitch so that I can say to everyone, if you want to know where we are, go to the link tree. It'll tell ya. But I'm not going to... If you want the Discord, you're going to have to go to my Ko-fi and join the community builders, because I have had to kick someone out of... not anyone known to us, obviously, but I kicked someone out of the Discord because they had joined, and I immediately was like, I know you. You're
Regretted
this
it.
person. You're a troll. So
It's not
yeah, I
that
just
difficult to
thought
go through the Kofi and all that anyway.
it's not, and you don't have to
It's not.
stay signed into the Kofi. Like it's not, like that's not
Yeah.
it's not very. It just
No,
provides a gate, a little gate, you know.
I was about to say it's troll security.
Yeah, exactly. It's troll security, little troll gate security. I glued my
Because they
nail.
ain't
I
gonna
broke
pay
my
to troll.
nail.
Go
Tim,
on.
I broke my nail. Like I seriously broke it all the way down here, and I glued it. I put some tissue over it and some super glue, and it's rock
Yeah.
hard. You can't even tell it was ever broken because it was like right down here. You can see where it was bruised, where it was bleeding, like it was
Oh, I
really
can't.
fucking
I need
low
my glasses.
down. Oh, it
Yeah.
was like halfway down the nail. It was like, there's no way I'm just ripping that off and grinning and bearing it like
Yeah.
that. Fuck no.
Nah.
So yeah, so I repaired
And
it, and I
it
just
come
am
up all right.
amazed. Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
even. I mean, you can
Yeah.
see where I've bruised it, but the nail doesn't look
Yeah.
like it snapped or anything.
No. And it'll just grow out like it normally does, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I was like, thank
Yeah.
fuck, because when I tell you my
Mm.
eyes watered, I swear one nearly bulged out of my head when it happened. You must
Yeah,
have
I
caught.
can only imagine.
Yes, I did. I did, Kim. I caught them before they caught. I caught them before they caused shit. I recognized the username pretty much straight away, um, and it's someone who I have interacted with a lot on TikTok. So they probably thought it was fine for them to join the Discord to do the same kind of trolly argumenting. But I was like, no, 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 no. You don't come in this space, soz,
Yeah.
and do that. That's not what this space is for. This is a space for people who want to share information, like-minded people, not to debate basic human rights. I'll debate my human rights with you on TikTok because like I've signed up to do that. That's not what this space is for. This is a safe space. Fuck off. Like no.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
Uh,
this is a community for like-minded people, not problems.
Uh, no, exactly. Like-minded people, not problem makers. Honestly, I keep waiting
Hmm.
for it in there. I think the fact that you have to follow two different links is enough of a gateway for most trolls, to be
It's
honest.
too much effort.
It's too much
Too
effort
much
for
effort.
them. It's too much effort. They've got to go off app to a site they've never heard of to then go
Yeah.
to another app. They're like, what the
Yeah.
fuck is this shit? And this
No.
is why I won't put the Discord link. Oh, okay. I am gonna have to jump off TikTok, guys. Sorry. I've been I've been
You got reported, didn't you?
yep, I've been reported, which means I'm at risk of losing access to my live, and I can't afford to do that while I'm trying to raise money for Wael's family in Gaza, the Abu Rafa family. Abu Rafa, they're in Rafa, the family, the Abu Raida family in Rafa. So I can't afford to lose access to lives while I'm trying to do this because we've got our 24 live coming up. So goodbye TikTok. It was lovely. I had a great time. If you want to participate, be part of the live, guys. Twitch is where it's at. Okay, bye. Twitch. That's where you're gonna go. Bye. See ya. End now. End. Goodbye. Okay, it's off. Shit.
Wait, what did you get? What did you get? What did you get? What did you get? Did
Oh,
you
it
say
was just
reported?
age restricted to start off with.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a pretty good warning sign for me these days. I'm like, the minute they age restrict me, I'm like, okay, no, jump off before it gets
No,
worse. Yeah.
I got my first, I got 3 last week. I got age restriction when I
Yeah.
literally joined the live. Like, I started a live and I got age restriction. I went, fuck that. So I ended it.
God.
Started again, got age restriction about 20 minutes in. I think I got nudity or something, but I was wearing a shirt. I'm wearing my blue shirt.
I always get
Probably my
done
blue
for
shirt.
nudity and sexually explicit
Yeah.
content. Yeah.
And I got something else. I got one other one that I can't remember what it was, but I was like, yeah, okay. But I'm still good. But I mean, you're a better target.
Yeah. It sucks. It sucks. Usually,
It is-
if people are in there like liking the live, it'll keep it from happening. But the trolls just mass report you. It's all those
they're so
ankles you're ever waving about. It could also be the fact that people are reporting me because they know what I'm doing, even though I'm doing it off camera, and they're getting all butthurt about it. Which, whatever,
It's because
whatever.
they know that if they mass report you, it just ends it. It only takes about six.
Yeah. Yep.
Like that's it. It only takes three of them to report it twice each, and it's done. Like they're
Which
just.
is frustrating because you report the racist and nothing happens. It's like, why?
Have, I don't know if anyone else has noticed TikTokers the comment sections have started to change again in terms of notifications and shit. Things I was saying like 2 weeks ago weren't getting flagged. Things I'm saying now that are just like I'm pretty sure I just responded to someone with gross and that got flagged. The algorithm's changing again.
Yeah. Yep. And the thing is it's not even. It feels like it's not even worth keeping up with. You know what I mean?
I think
Like
it's
it
just
just
something
feels
that
like it's like
yeah
I don't earn any money from this. Everyone.
yeah 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 yeah.
For the Americans and stuff, it feels like it's a job. But
Yeah.
sorry, my friend just messaged me asking me what cake I want.
I was about to say, where's this cake? What are you
I
getting?
was
What cake are
just
you getting?
like, whatever cake they have, I'm not picky.
But, okay, say you had to be picky right now. What cake would you choose? What do
Oh,
you want
I'd
right now?
choose
What are you feeling?
I like, that lemon sponge cake that they have with the
Yeah.
icing? Yeah, yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. I like chocolate. I like chocolate. I love chocolate. Chocolate cake. Doesn't matter. Hey,
The chocolate I find a bit rich. I just can't believe I can't
yeah.
believe I've got cake coming, guys.
You
I got cake coming.
know what? I don't think any of us can actually believe it. That someone, you
I
said,
can
hey,
get
can
someone to
someone
just
buy
bring
me
me
cake?
cake, yeah.
Yeah. That's actually what happened with me. You're like, I think I can get someone to buy me cake or bring me cake. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's not even an hour later. Cake is on the way without Uber Eats.
Yeah, no Uber Eats around here. No.
Yeah. Well, that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh,
Far
okay.
out.
I'm gonna have a little complain. What?
Yeah.
Go on. No, I
No,
was
no, no,
gonna say,
no.
like, I'm all tender. Like, my nipples are all tender and stuff because the
Oh.
tattoo guy did all the tattoo stuff. And it's just no, it's just
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just, we were talking about the bra before. You were talking about the bra, and I was like, that's why I'm wearing a singlet
Yeah.
because anything, like, your skin
Any
is just
touching it
traumatized at the
hurts.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So, like,
I
put it this way, yeah, you
taking the
go.
plastic and that off as fresh tattoo is the worst because it's like, especially when I got the one under here done, I was like, I'm just
Mm.
gonna leave it on there because, and they're like, no, you have to take it off. I'm like, I can't because I'm gonna touch it. And it's gonna hurt. I don't want to touch
Yeah.
it. Oh,
See,
very tender.
I like with mine, he just puts a bit of Vaseline on it, then I go, and then like I just put Sorbolene on it. I've never had an issue like from everything I've got. It's all the back coming around the chest now. Never had an issue from this guy, and all I've done is just wash it, just put Sorbolene on it a couple of times a day. Always good. The Sorbolene is great because it's just like I don't know, moisture going back into that traumatized
And
skin.
it provides the barrier, a little bit of a bit of protection against the direct
Yeah,
contact.
like yeah,
Yeah.
I lather it on too.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if you are going for a tattoo, do not get a tattoo at 8:30 in the morning. I regret
Why
that
not?
because it's 8:30 in the morning. You don't roll out of bed, have breakfast, drive 45 minutes away to get a tattoo. It's just not a
Yeah,
good idea.
I gotta say, I've never felt more queasy than when getting a nut. Like this one I got done at 9 a.m. and I've never felt queasier. Never felt queasier
Oh,
getting a
I made
tattoo in
sure
my
I,
life.
I made sure I had something to eat. Like I made a
Yeah.
protein shake and drank it along the way because I knew that, yeah, if I didn't eat, I was going to either probably, yeah, feel sick, pass out. I don't know. It was, yeah, but yeah, it's just not a good thing first thing in the morning when you're
Yeah.
fresh to the world. I
Yeah.
regret
No.
that, but you know, only five more mistakes, and I should be all done.
5 more mistakes.
Well, the sessions are booked in at 8:30. Can't change that.
Well, I've got to say as well, I did when I got my leg done. That was an all-day session, so I mean I
Yeah,
definitely
wow.
did feel queasy doing that. I had a bit of a break
Yeah.
halfway through to go for a walk. Oh,
Mm.
my alarm's going
That's
off.
your cake. Oh, okay.
No, it's the alarm to remind me to go pick my kids up from school. But now I just
Which you
have to
don't
go and
have to
unlock the front
do.
door.
Winning. The simple things in life, isn't it?
Hey?
It's the simple things in life. You
Oh,
know,
I
just
know.
like
Tell
being
me
able
about
to,
it.
yeah.
Tell me about it. Sounds. Okay, I'm gonna unlock the door quickly just before I forget, because I will forget. I'll be right back. I might make my coffee at the same time. Give me a sec.
Yeah, yeah, all
You'll hear me in the
good.
background.
Okay. Herc, that's all right. We can keep everyone entertained. Herc, you gonna come? You gonna come keep everyone entertained? Do you want second dinner? Do you want second dinner? You do? You gotta get on camera then. Come on. You do your little dinner thing. Camera angle. Camera angle. So I got the camera angle. All right. Come over here. All right, sit. Okay, stay there. All right, we get your second dinner. Stay. Wait. Get back here. Do we sit? Okay. And go forward. You have the camera? Here you go. Speak faster. Oh, no, that's his over there. It's one of the things I taught my dog. But, oh, yeah, okay.
Hello.
Oh boy, eat.
Oh, lost opportunity not going for the Black Forest, but I'm not a fan of Black Forest. I just don't know. I just
We
don't
literally
know
just
about.
spoke about that.
Did we? Was I part of
Yeah,
the
you said you
conversation?
wanted the. Yeah, you said you like the lemon sponge, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love a lemon sponge. That's my cake.
Yeah,
That's my cake.
yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, where's that one go? All right, I shouldn't. You good? You good? Yeah, you. Oh.
What's wrong with you, T? Next
Wait,
week
what
saying you
day
don't
is
like
it?
fruit
I know
cake.
it's Tuesday. Oh, I don't like fruitcake.
Christmas pudding is my absolute fave. I always stock up on Christmas pudding at Christmas time to have
Okay.
some in my cupboard for throughout the year. Oh, it's the best. It's
Wait,
the
is
best.
Christmas pudding fruitcake? Is that
Yeah,
what? Is it the same
it's
thing?
yeah,
Okay.
it's like a rum style fruit cake. It's yeah. I love a
Yeah, no,
Boxing
I
Day
like.
pudding. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know it. I think that's why I don't like it. It's rum. Rum.
Far out. Okay. My girlfriend finally responded. Okay. So I've been doing the dating thing a little bit. It's been interesting. And I had some funny experiences and I was sharing with my girlfriend and she only just responded to me. It's been like a week. I was like, "Oh, fine, fuck yeah. Um, but like I tell you what, oh, people,
That was so
people.
anticlimactic.
I okay. Well, all right. Okay, because I'm
Let's
gonna
just
tell you,
don't
but it's
tease
gonna
me
be
tomorrow. Come
embarrassing as
on.
fuck. All right.
Well, no, you don't have to. But
So
yeah, okay.
I'm messaging this guy,
Yes.
and he sent me a dirty text, which I responded
Okay.
to, and then I
Yep.
didn't hear from him again.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he probably just, you know, had his way with Mrs. Palmer and her 5 daughters, and that's it.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. So I
Yeah.
didn't think that was cool. Not impressed with
No.
that. So I responded because I had
Wait, did
to,
you double
because
text? Did you double text?
of course I double text.
Oh, okay. Go on.
So this was because this is the double text. Trust me, I'm not waiting for a reply. Here's the double text. I said, okay, so I don't do ghosting because it's just juvenile. So a heads up, you've definitely blown any chance of ever actually seeing me naked.
Okay, you know, that's funny. Like, that's cool. That's totally worth it.
Yeah, because
Okay, yeah.
like,
Yeah, see, you've got a little bit of extra leverage, you know, being female. So, you know, yeah, that does
what?
work. Well, look, if I said that to you, it's like, hey, look, you've got no chance of seeing me naked. Does that work? Does that do anything? It's like, no.
I mean, if I had literally, okay, if I had been sexting you and asking for dick pics or whatever, and then turned around and was like, nah, and you were like, nah, sorry, you've lost any chance of seeing me naked, yeah, of course it would. Like, on the context of the
Yeah, okay.
conversation, anyone wants to see you, anyone says they want to see you naked, and you go, not gonna happen. Of course, you've got, like, that works no matter who it is. Come on. You
Yeah.
just don't think you've got enough riz to pull it off. That's the problem.
Oh no, there's no doubt that that's exactly what the problem is.
Kim, what do you mean no one ever asks for dick pics? Of course they do.
You know what? Honestly, I agree with that. I have never been asked for a dick pic.
What?
No one has ever asked me for a dick pic. It's never come off. Oh, no women have ever asked me for a dick pic.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I just spend too much time around the Kiwis because I don't know a single woman who hasn't
No,
asked for a
you know
dick
what?
pic.
You know what? No, it's just like different dating. That's all it is.
Who wants to
Like,
see
I
a
don't
penis? It literally never happens. It's like that scene from that movie.
know.
Okay, no, but seriously, people do ask for dick pics. They do.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Which is
Look,
why
it
I
comes
don't
down
get
to
why there are
if.
so many unsolicited dick pics. Because I'm like, there are women out there asking for these. Why do you send them to women who aren't asking?
I don't know. Just they're weird.
I'm that. I'm the living embodiment of that meme. Um, you seen the ones that's like a lesbian, a straight girl, and then a bi girl all talking.
Okay.
And the lesbian's like, I love women. Guys are okay though. And the straight girl's like, I love guys. Girls are okay though. And then the bi woman's just like, I love women. Every woman is the hardest thing I've ever seen in my life. Every woman could literally step on my neck and I would thank them and call them mommy. I was like, but you like guys too, though, right? It's like, well, yeah, I guess. That's me.
Step on the neck and call me mommy. That's funny. Oh shit, that's funny.
I mean, it's slim pickings out in the country, though. What are you gonna do?
Fair enough. No, that's understandable. I mean, at least you're out there giving it a go. You know, like dating
Oh,
and shit. I haven't bothered. I don't have the time.
how long's it been
Like
though since you separated?
2020. When was COVID? 2020?
2021. Well, 2020, 2021. Yeah.
The first round was 2020, so 2020.
Yeah. Wow.
So since
Okay.
then, yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, like I've shot my shot a couple of times, but it's not like I use dating apps or any of that crap because I don't
No.
sell well in pictures. And I mean, out there it probably doesn't work for you guys because it's like the same six people anyway. So
Yeah. And the awkward part is too when you match with someone and they're like, oh, hey, we went to high school. And you're like, really? And you look really closely and you're like, fuck, delete.
you sat 2 rows behind me. Nope.
Yeah. No,
No, I
awkward.
get that.
No. But, and the other thing is too, is I don't know, I felt weird in the beginning um, telling people that I had kids. I don't know why. It felt weird. 2020
Yeah,
to
no, fair enough.
2022. 2020 till today is COVID. It hasn't ended.
Yeah.
God. But yeah, I felt weird to people I had kids, but then some that people would bring it up in conversation quite early on, and then I worked out that maybe a lot of people locally are aware of who I am. I'm known
Okay.
locally, not for this,
No,
for
no,
my
no.
other
It's just,
stuff.
well, hang on. It's because it's a small community, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
which
that's
means
that's
I can't
that's what it
exactly
is. It's a
hide
small
that I've
community.
got kids anyway. Not that I was trying to
Yeah,
hide it.
but yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough. It's
Yeah.
it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, it just, I don't know, because it often, I feel like maybe it's just me. Maybe it isn't a female thing. Maybe it's just a me thing. But I get there's this type of guy who seems particularly attracted to single mums. It's like a red flag. Like, oh, you're a single mum. That's a turn on. That's hot. It's like red flag, red
It's not just
flag, red
you.
flag, red flag, red flag, red
It's
flag,
not
red flag,
you.
red flag,
It's
red flag,
not
red
you.
flag. No?
That's
Okay.
like have you not seen American Pie? Like, come on. That was the whole MILF concept.
Oh, no, I didn't. I was in a cult when those movies came out. I wasn't allowed to watch
Oh,
them.
okay. Okay, yeah, so it's
No.
like a total thing. It's a
Oh.
legitimate thing, and that's why.
Ew. Okay, right, it's a thing. It's a thing.
It's well,
Great.
MILF.
Great. Awesome. You didn't miss
Mums,
anything.
mums, I'd like to fuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the whole like, sometimes that you get a crush on an older woman thing, but I didn't realize it was like guys watch party this weekend tomorrow. I didn't realize it was like guys out there being like single mums are hot. Like
Yeah,
why?
it's like the younger 20s to mid 20s. They got all the
Ew.
stamina.
They got all this what? They got like
I'm just working with what I know here.
bitch, I'm tired. No one wants to sit there and be drilled 20 minutes like a fucking on roadside construction works. I'm not looking for stamina. I'm looking for someone who knows what they're doing. Fuck the 20-year-olds.
Okay,
No,
yeah, no,
thank you. God almighty.
shit, that's
Oh.
gold. Yeah, no,
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Anyone approaches me for conversation who can't tell me where they were when freaking 9/11 happened, I won't even talk to you. Forget anything else.
I was shitty because
No.
Dragon Ball Z wasn't on.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I
Like,
I remember my dad coming running into the house, running in like to my mum, being like, "You don't have the TV on." My mum being like, "What are you talking about? Like, of course I have the TV on." What are you? And he come running in, and we had one of those old switch dial TVs that he'd put on this old bracket on the wall above the freezer, and he could barely
yeah.
reach it. And he's like, my 5'7" dad's like trying to get this to turn the TV on. So, yeah.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, like, okay, yeah. So I woke up in the morning before school, turned the TV on, and was like, what's going on? Like, Cheese TV wasn't on. Um,
Uh,
and, I was like, oh, oh. And then I
yeah.
went to school and then spoke about it with my friends. And then that's pretty much what happened, like, I think we found out later in the day that about the second, or I remember seeing just the footage of the first one. I don't know how much we can actually talk about this on here. So I remember seeing footage of the first one, and then I think later in the day we heard about the rest of it.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah, wow.
remember I remember going to school and having the teachers say to us, like I remember going, I was part of this, it was really, really bizarre. I was part of this group that did this extra work. Again, this is how I know people will do extra work if they're interested in it, because I signed up for those groups at school. So I was volunteering to teach the English as a second language class.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, cool.
so I was in the ESL room in like the woodwork, like architecture room, and the teacher was saying to the class, "Today's one of those days people will ask you where you were when you heard about it. Like for years, this will be the kind of thing people will still want to know about." And I
Mm,
remember saying at the time, but there's so much else already happening. Like Ansets just collapsed. Like we've had other stuff, like, the news keeps happening. Surely there will be other stuff that happens. And my teacher said, "Yep,
mm,
absolutely. But I've lived through several major events, and there's just some
yeah.
events that are, before they happen, are completely unimaginable. And then once
Yeah.
they've happened, they're no longer unimaginable. And so there's a turning point there." And it really it stayed with me. And then in 2019, I was at uni teaching or taking a tutor a group,
Mm,
and we were using 9/11 as the example for why it's really hard to write specific legislation, because to legislate against 9/11 you couldn't say no taking planes and flying it into buildings, because then you could take a
yeah.
train and crash it into a shopping mall, like, an
Station.
open
Yeah,
air
yeah,
mall.
yeah.
So you have to write legislation that will cover events beyond that one event. But before that event happens, you don't have legislation that covers anything like it, because it's so
Yeah. Yep.
unimaginable, you know? So
Yes.
now,
Um,
yeah,
mm. I was gonna say,
sorry.
look, my workplace injury, like I got fucked up in machinery,
Yeah,
and we had all of the safety protocols and all of that in place so that doesn't
yeah.
happen, and it still happened. And they said to me like, what are we going to do from this? I said, well, it's a learning experience. Like I treated it properly. I just said, look, it's a learning experience. I get my finger back. It's all good, no dramas. We just need to come up with better protocols in sense of
Mm,
first thing was like getting the guys out that manufacture or program the machine to come up with a program, a different program that would prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah.
That was like the whole thing. Like you can't deal with situations, like you can prep for so many things, but once in a while something's going to pop up.
This is why because I used to work in operational workplace health and safety. When I worked, we had a death on site at the time.
Right. Oh,
when I
wow.
worked.
Yeah.
I didn't work there much longer after that. That was enough for me. I was like, oh, done. That was hard.
Yeah.
That was hard.
That would have been
But one of the things I would say to guys, that they'd do their take fives before every shift, and we would collect them up. And I would say to them every shift, I want everyone to have at least one near miss to report by the end of the shift. Everyone has to report to me at least one near miss that they've witnessed or seen, or because people would report
it's
like
data collection.
Yeah, and you've got like near misses, like small, like you've got a hierarchy of level of accidents of how it has to be reported, right? But people don't bother reporting near misses because nothing happened. But that information and that data is how we stop the big stuff becoming a problem. Because in this situation where we had a death in particular, someone's glasses had fallen off and they had, like, not thinking, gone to grab them, but the crusher had started and they got caught between it, and that was the end of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, how many times has someone nearly dropped something near the crusher and thought, oh, thank God I didn't? How many times has someone almost done that?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, look, based off the incident book at my old work, up until this one, this was the 8th injury that I'd been in the book for. This was the first one that required surgery. This was the first one that wasn't a couple of stitches back on the way. You know, like we wrote them down when they happened. Put it this way.
Yeah,
one
when
of the
they
injuries
happen,
I wrote
but the
down
near
was,
misses is the information that we miss out on.
well, that's,
Someone mentioned 2 girls, 1 cup.
No. We're not doing that.
No, we're
not going there.
I think it's good that it blocked that swoosh. This is why... Okay, do you know what my podcast with Rachel's called? Rachel McQueen and I have a podcast called 2 Girls, 1 Garbage Can.
Okay, well, if you don't know about the 2 girls, 1 cup, I'm sure Rach does.
Oh, no, we did. We knew about it. But I was talking about garbage can political science theory and 2 girls discussing the garbage can political science theory and using the play on words of what the internet understands that to be, to grab attention.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah. This is why they are pushing common sense, because most incidents are common sense. Yeah, they are, but unfortunately there'll be moments where because you don't have training for something, your automatic reaction will get in the way of common sense, you know?
You just said it there. It's reaction.
I'm cooking chat. Don't fuck with me. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. You said it there. It's reaction. It's instinct. It's not common sense. It's instinct to. Oh, it fell down. Grab it.
Yeah, like which is why when training is in there to override instinct, like if someone says, once you've hit the button, leave immediately, do not pass go, do not press $200, no matter what happens, and you drop something, you go, oh, fuck, I've dropped something, you're like, oh, fuck, I've already pressed the button. Like, you've got the training to kind of stop you from making the mistake. Like, I have to leave, I've already pressed the button, it doesn't matter that I dropped something. But because you haven't been reporting those near misses where someone's gone, oh shit, I nearly bent down to pick that up, even though I pressed the button, quick, turn the machine off, wait for it to slow down. But no one reports the near misses, and so we don't have the training to stop the instinct from taking over. Yeah. No,
it makes sense. Like it's a common occurrence that people just think it's insignificant until it is actually significant.
But big business is absolutely pushing common sense. That's the problem, because they're trying to put it back onto personal responsibility instead of understanding that when you have people in repetitive fields of work doing the same, this is why we're not supposed to do this kind of work. We didn't naturally evolve to develop supply chain, because we need to do variety. We need to keep different, in order to not fall into these traps, in order to not, because you fall into this trap, just automatic rote follow. Like, how did I get to work? I don't remember how I got here, because I do the same thing every day and I just disassociate for it now because I'm going to fucking work and it makes me disassociate when I get there.
You're just
It's
describing
training
my
and
workplace
practice
injury
and how it
perfectly.
changes when the different things happens. Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. No one ever evolved to work the 40 dream of a production line, and it didn't evolve naturally. This is why the Industrial Revolution was such a turning point in technological advancement, because this wasn't natural. It didn't happen naturally. Someone had to work really hard to impose it on us. Why can't you jump? Oh, you cooking dinner? Is that why you can't jump on apes? I can sit back here and whisper. Why am I yelling all the time? I can sit back here and whisper and you all can hear me.
I don't know. Once again, that's why we join. Listen.
Loud mouth, angry bitch.
Actually,
Yeah.
you know what? Today, I think you've probably been the loudest I've ever heard you on stream, and I'm not complaining. I think it's great because, like, you turned bright red. It was hilarious.
I did turn bright red. And that's
You
okay.
did.
And that's the thing. When I actually get worked up about stuff, people think I'm worked up about stuff. And I'm like, bitch, you don't even know what I look like when I really get worked up. Come on. Like, you've seen it now.
I have said that in some of my videos. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I turned red in the face arguing this video, because I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I did. If you just get that into it, it's just like, I can't help it.
Yep. Can't help it.
Yeah.
I'm heavily under the influence. Me too, Amy. Me too, heavily under the influence. I think I have enough. I have 2 clones worth left, but I have a new delivery coming tomorrow. My doctor upped my prescription amount because I went through it so quickly. He did. When I had the meeting with him, and I was like, oh yeah, because I need to order some more. He was like, you've gone through a lot. Like, you've gone in a month. He said, how much do you think you're using a week? And I said, I'm probably using, oh shit, I'm probably using more than I told him. Yeah, because I told him I was probably using 5 grams a week, and it's actually probably more like, no, I told him I was using about 7 grams a week, and to be honest, it's, probably more like 15.
Yeah.
But the most they can give you is 45 a month.
45 a month. What's that? 7? I'm blanking.
It's
7.5 in the touch.
Yeah,
10. It's less than 10. It's just over 10. It's 11 a week. 11.
Yeah.
In a quart.
Yeah.
So it's not even it's not even
Nah.
half an ounce a week.
No, they're just like, you need to slow down a little bit. I'm like, okay. 15 is about me
You need to make reality a little bit better, and I'll slow down.
And you know what? I had this conversation with someone the other day as well, because when I had very bad anxiety, I was vomiting every single morning when I woke up before I started on my medication. I'm going to just refer to it as my medication. Yeah. And
no, that's fine. It's medicinal purpose.
Well, when I told the doctors that when I stopped smoking it, I vomited every day, they kept saying, oh yeah, that's a refractionary reaction. It's your body detoxing from it. You have to stop smoking. And I was like, okay. So I detoxed, but the anxiety was still there. So I was still vomiting every day. And I said to the doctor, how long does the refractionary period last? Because it's been a month now and I'm still vomiting every day. And he said, no, you're lying. You're still smoking. You're lying. You're still smoking. And I was like,
They have no
no,
idea.
no, I'm not.
They
I'm
have,
vomiting from, and when I went into the psych ward too, I was vomiting every day in there, and I didn't have weed when I first went in there.
mm.
And they were like, "Oh, so you just vomit for anxiety?" And I was like, "Yep, I'm just that fucking anxious all the time."
See, I don't get to the point where I like vomit, but I don't eat. Like I don't eat
Yeah,
anywhere near as much as I should, and it's so difficult to force myself to eat that much. That makes sense.
it does, and eating is a big problem, even for like people within the autism community and the ADHD community. We've been talking about this a lot. That eating is a massive problem for a lot of people, and I didn't realize how big of an issue eating was for me until my mates in
Mm.
the chat were talking about how big of an issue eating was for them. Um,
Yeah.
And yeah, Belle, I remember you vomiting every day. It was anxiety. Yeah. And because now, too, that I've removed a lot of the anxiety, being the ex husband cheating on me and the boss gaslighting me and all that bullshit, I can not smoke and not vomit. It's really funny. Like, yeah.
It's funny when you remove
Yeah. It's,
those
it's,
triggers in your
it's,
life, what actually happens.
uh, it's funny how it wasn't the smoking, you know, because I'm
Yeah.
still doing
Yeah.
that occasionally. And like this weekend, because I've been trying to fix my lungs. This weekend I haven't had any, and I've no vomiting. No
Yeah.
vomiting. I told other Amy how much it cost the other day, and they almost died. Yeah. How much does it cost for 15 grams for you? It does depend on how much THC you have in them. How much, like I have noticed, those that have higher rates of THC tend to have a higher price tag attached to them as well. You know. Ah. ABC News tries to get me to pay attention to its awful shit that's going on in the world. Oh, the Australians going over the mortgage cliff are not who you'd expect. Come on, let's read that one, should we?
Yeah, go on.
Should.
It'll be the people just above, it'll be landlords. Come on, landlords.
Come on, landlords. Come on,
I don't know.
landlords.
Hopefully it's my landlord.
Oh, God. Wouldn't it be great if we could pick certain landlords we wanted to suffer? I mean, it would be all
Oh,
of them, obviously, would be.
yeah.
But just starting with the worst offenders, starting with those. Because I have worked with property managers who have
Hmm.
literally said the words, all tenants are scum.
Wow. Yeah, that makes you feel great.
Oh, okay, I
Oh,
might be buying the expensive ones. Oh, 20 days Siggy and vape free. Woohoo, go Bell. Um, okay, I might be buying the expensive ones. So this 15-gram tub costs $99. But check out what Amy posted in the group chat. Okay. Let's have a look. Elevated interest rates and inflation fueled living costs are prompting. Okay, I'm going to plug this in and share it. Uh, Beg your pardon, $99. Why? How much is yours? Group chat. Let me check the group chat and then I'll show you guys my screen. Okay. Oh my God. Are we getting a sequel? Oh my God. No way. To the submerge. The submergible. The Titan
What?
submergible.
Oh, what? Do I need to get another phone? Do I need to see what's going on? Do I actually need to pay attention? The
I'm gonna
Titan?
share it on here. Hang
Oh,
on.
are we getting Titan 2.0?
Nope, that's my video.
Okay, yeah, we got to be careful with this. Oh wait, was it? Yeah, no, weren't you sharing photos you weren't supposed to be sharing last time?
Yes, I did. I accidentally was sharing.
It was. I think it was a photo of your kids that you weren't supposed to share.
Yes, it
Because
was. It
you
was.
were
It was.
no,
It
what it
was.
was, yeah, it was because you were like, I'm gonna share this photo, but I don't want to share a photo of my kids. And then that was the first thing that popped up. That's why it was hilarious.
But it wasn't my kid front and center, thank
It was
goodness.
someone else's
So,
kids.
yeah. It was my
That's
nephew.
right, I remember.
I know. I feel bad. Okay,
Look,
no.
I honestly don't even. I don't think anyone remembers.
No.
I just remember. I just remember
Oh,
like the whole series of events that made me laugh.
do you know what though? What's his face made a big fucking
What's
deal
that?
about it. Oh,
Dude, ask that.
yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Because he just did. Because he's a fucking ass. That's why.
Hang on, wait.
Typical
Does that
arsehole.
mean? Wait, does that mean? Does that mean he saw the stream?
Yep.
So he knows that we call him Arshat.
Yep.
Okay. If he sees us on, hi Arshat, how you doing?
I look, and this
You're
is
an
the
arse.
thing.
You're an Arshat, mate.
This is the thing that is frustrating because he goes through these extremes, right? So he's not he is he's a narcissist who has identified that he is a narcissist and is trying to get help for it. But that doesn't mean he doesn't still sometimes slip back into narcissistic behaviors and have to be called out on it. So he is
Yeah.
doing the work and he's going to therapy because he wants to be a good dad to his kids. But sometimes he just rocks up here and decides he's going to go back into narcissistic asshole mode and rip me a new one for no fucking reason. And he did over that live stream. He absolutely fucking did.
Yeah, well,
And
hang
he
on. He's not.
particularly...
Hang on. Wait. He's not ripping you a new one. That's not correct. You know that.
Oh,
He's just
no,
being a
he
dick.
just came in here and had a fucking tantrum. He came in and
Yeah,
had a
that's
tantrum
better.
like a
That's better. I
3-year-old.
like it when it's
Yeah,
presented like that. That's better.
properly, when it's presented properly and
Yeah.
accurately.
Yeah.
Breaking that
Exactly. You
restraining order, yeah.
don't give him credit for nothing. Like,
No,
call him
but
out
he
for what it
has,
is.
and
He's having a
again,
change.
like since then, like I have called him out, like I've been calling him out hardcore, and since then he, just for example, has not once entered the house, even when the kids open the door and tell him he can. He has not once entered the house without me being up and inviting him in. Like he stood outside in the rain before and said, "No, go and get your mum and tell her I'm here and get her to come out and let me in if I can come in. Let her know
Good.
I'm here and see if I can come in." Yeah, and being a prick all the way along his life. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like he's never had to address this behavior. He's never been called on it. He's learning the same skills I'm trying to teach our 8-year-old. He's learning now. And it is hard fucking work. And I'm glad that he's doing that work for the sake of our kids. But I'm just like, get the fuck out. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in... and he keeps going, "Oh, I've made all these great changes, so I'm ready to move back in."
Nah, see,
No,
that's like the red flag. Like, I've
yeah,
made all these changes. No, you haven't. I see
yeah,
the changes. Changes you see. You don't call
yeah.
changes out. We know this.
No, and I was like, no, no,
Uh,
no, 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 it's not happening. It's not happening for one very big reason. No, when I move, if I do move, he can move back into this house. Absolutely.
Yep. No, that's your
It's
he's on the lot. He's on the mortgage, isn't he?
yeah,
To
yeah.
some
We,
degree.
we both we
Yep.
both still own the property,
Yep.
and we'll probably keep it that way until the divorce is finalised. We'll probably have to wait until we can afford to sell the property before we can get divorced.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to be married for the next 4 or 5 years, unfortunately. It's all right. I got no plans of running down the aisle anytime soon. Don't think I'll ever do that again, to be honest.
I would never do it again personally.
Nah.
It was good the
Absolutely
first
not.
time, but that's it.
I would much rather, because this is what I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to host a costume ball. Everyone has to, fully dress up in full, whatever time period you want, but it has to be, full, proper,
Get it out.
accurate costume.
Effort.
Yeah, full effort put in.
That would. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Because I'm doing Victorian and I've already got the outfit done. Thank you very much.
Was that what you were showing earlier in the stream?
No, I'm making a ball dress to, oh, you know what? That's what I should do with the other camera. I should set it up and put it on the dress so you can see what I've been doing. But I have been designing this dress and I'm going to wear it to a ball and then auction it off to raise money for Gaza, because this is what I know how to do. If someone says, what skills do you have? I can sew. I can write essays, but I can also sew.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
I have more than one skill, right?
Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna what was I doing? I was showing you something.
You were setting up the second camera.
I was setting up the second camera. That's right. That's right. We were looking at when Australian mortgages are going over the cliff. So,
isn't there another interest rate rise coming?
I need to reply to Amy. I'm on the marriage side, but only if you want. Yeah, obviously only if you want. I need to reply to Amy about what? About them. About what? What do I need to reply about? I'm confused.
Was Amy, you were talking about your community thing? Was that Amy?
Oh, the weed, $99. Is that in the group chat? I can't see it. Where is that?
What's that work out to be? That's like 625, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't see it anywhere. Is it in your other group chat that you have where you bitch about me? Is it in your private group chat? No, people have made that mistake before. I understand. I understand what it's like to be my friend. I fully appreciate the need to have a private space to complain about how loud and obnoxious I am.
Hang on. Are you positive this exists? Do you have evidence of this, or is this all in your head? Because I really think that you're underestimating your friends there.
Well, when I say friends, my mum and my sisters.
That doesn't count.
Well, it says on here full cost $99. It is called concession. The brand is called, on the tub it says concession. T21 Indica.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You guys are all doing legit stuff.
Yeah, we're all talking about weed.
Yeah, no, I know. You just, you guys have prescriptions.
Yeah, we got prescriptions.
Yeah,
We're
bro.
prescribed. Because when you get when you get diagnosed with PTSD as a result of participating in the Greens political campaign, the doctor goes, "You probably deserve some green."
Okay, fair enough.
I missed the fucking ad. I missed the fucking ad again.
Like it. No, wait, no, you're not allowed to anymore.
Nah, I'm doing it anyway. Don't care.
No,
I
you
want to do
said
another one
no, no,
before the
no, no,
kids
no.
get
You said
home.
no. All right.
Well, do you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah,
I'm just going to pack
I,
it and leave it sitting there.
what?
I won't do it.
I
I'm
mean,
going to pack it.
what am I gonna do in New South Wales? Like, what the fuck can I do right now?
Yeah.
Apart from just
Just
be
yell
that
at
like
me.
angel on your shoulder. No, I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I'm just holding you accountable to what you said. You're a grown woman. You can do whatever you want.
Holding me accountable to my own words. How dare you? How dare you do such a thing? Oh, I've already got more than I thought. I could probably do another cone and a half. Maybe another 2. Voice just of what?
Spice it out a little bit more.
Oh, sugar. What have I done? It's all right. And I'm definitely going to have to edit this stream down later because I feel like I have not done anything productive with this. But I am going to turn the camera on so you can see my dress. But now what will you eat? What do I want to eat now? Because my friend has decided I don't just get cake. They're also going to make me eat real food. This is the annoying thing.
Okay.
When you tell your friends that you're hungry and you need cake, they decide that they're also going to make you eat real food.
Those are friends? Wow.
I know.
My God, how annoying. I don't know. What are your options? Fish and chips?
I mean, they're probably going to go to the shops and want to cook something because that's the kind of person I'm dealing with.
I mean, look, it's cost effective and it's awesome. Like, there's nothing like a home
That
cooked meal.
is, yeah. No, not complaining about my frugal friends, my lovely frugal friends who are bringing me cake and food. Definitely not. Okay. Okay. It's actually very easy to get a prescription. Yeah, that's true. It is. As long as you've not had a poor reaction previously. Can they cook for you? This is why we need the commune, guys. We can all cook for each other. We can all cook for each other. Now, I'm trying to get my camera back up. Where is it? Here we go. Back so I can show you my dress. Cancel.
Oh, I like it.
Properties. Discard. What am I doing? Okay, that didn't work. All right, so now my camera's not connecting at all. Discard.
I was just reading Belinda's comment. I hate cooking dinner. Actually, it's more the deciding what to have for dinner.
It is. It's deciding what to have. And this
Yeah,
is the
no, I
good
get that.
thing. The good thing about having like a community group or whatever is you have a menu that's decided together as a group a month in advance, and we have the family meeting and everyone already knows what's going to be for dinner and who's going to be doing what. Like, does it all make you high? I don't like being stoned. If you have enough of it regularly enough, no, it doesn't make you high.
I was about to say, it's like the Hulk. You just got to always be green.
Yeah. I am never high because I'm always
It was.
stoned. 100%.
Yeah, I don't want to admit it, but that's the truth at the moment.
This is the kind of convo we have on the Void after dark usually. This is, which I didn't do yesterday because I was feeling seedy. I was feeling very seedy last night. Yesterday, I
You
should
said
say.
you went. You said you went out on Sunday.
Yeah, I did. Yes, because we have a bit of a like music, not festival really, but like there's a few bands that get together and do a little bit of a mini tour of all of the local pubs and stuff over a few different weeks. So there's been a few
Cool.
different shows and stuff on, and a mate of mine was playing on Sunday night, so we went out and had some drinks, and we went out of town. The place we went to was out of town,
Yep.
and it's like this. The beer's terrible. Like I'm not a fan, and so that led to me drinking a lot of spirits.
Yeah, which is at our age, it's just not great, is it?
No, not great. Not great, unfortunately.
Hmm.
And like it was cold and I found myself like dancing, trying to stay warm, and then overheating and needing to drink, and there was a big line at the water thing, so I kept going up and getting more alcohol. And it was a good night. Like don't get me wrong, it was a good night.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a fun
but
night. But
that's the main
I
thing.
I did not feel well the next day. I woke up on the couch at 2 in the afternoon with the blinds still shuttered. And I was like, thank fuck I have an arrangement because the kids' dad had watched them, like he'd come round to the house and watch them so I could go out. And
Yeah,
when I got back, he was here and he was on the couch and I came out and sat down. I was like, oh, thanks for watching the kids for me. And I like took my shoes and stuff off and then I started working on the dress because I just was a bit tipsy.
yeah, that was the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah, no, I get
just. So I started working on the dress and then I fell asleep on the couch working on the dress.
it. Fair enough.
As you do. And so, yeah, hence where we are now. I got a lot done. I'm surprised at how much I got done. I also would like to point out though that this is, I need to be able to show you this on the camera. This is what happens when you're stoned though, because
Oh, is it the sewing? Is it like the spiders that do all the drugs when they weave their
oh,
webs?
it's more it's more just you think you're real clever and you're going to solve a problem that you're not going to solve. How do
Oh,
I go back
yes,
to my fucking...
okay.
Hang on,
I
sorry.
think I understand what you're talking about. I'll can
You just
elaborate
think
that
you're a
on
genius
elaborate
and you're
on.
like, I got this. I'm so brilliant. Not now. Come on. Just connect already.
See,
Okay,
when I
now
do
unplug
that, I
it.
do stupid shit like climbing on top of the back of my van to grab a security camera because that's just I'm smart.
Ah,
Hey, it
there we
totally worked
go.
out and I didn't get hurt. Okay, hang on, we get
That's
there we go.
facing the wrong way at the moment. Yeah, okay, cool. It's connected. Is it upside down? It feels like it's...
Hang on, just hold it like that for hang on, it's frozen. Okay.
It's
Go
upside
up.
down.
Okay, yeah, just yep.
It's upside down, but this is... So, the
Wait,
panel...
hold the phone up the other way.
But when I did that, the camera just flipped. See?
Does it?
Now I'm turning it
Oh
up the other
wow.
way. and
Okay.
it's just done
Is
it again.
there
It's
a?
just flipped.
Do you have a setting to mirror it or something?
Maybe. Let me see. Let me see. Um,
Right click mirror.
transform, rotate.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
always transform, flip. Oh no, wrong flip. Flip. Where is it? No, there's transform, not transition. Transform, flip, vertically. There it is. Shit.
That's it.
Fuck.
Oh yep.
It's giving me like mad disassociation trying to control this camera while doing this. I'm not going to lie. So the panel, which, oh God, I can't even work out what I'm
Okay,
doing.
don't just you look at the dress and talk about the dress, and
Okay.
don't look back at your screen.
So the panel here, but you have no idea how weird I have to hold this camera to get it in. Anyway, but the panel here, I pinned it here, and then it wasn't
Yep.
long enough to go any
Right.
further than that. So I was like, oh, I'll just get this other bit and pin it in place. But the other bit
Yeah.
doesn't cover it. Like you can see that gap there isn't
Yes.
that gap exists there in the dress. This does not cover. That is like a scrap of fabric. It doesn't cover anything. Look at it. Like it's a. I've just attached
Yeah.
that scrap.
I mean,
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Sorted.
isn't? Hang on. Can't you like split it? Like, can't you do it into like some sort of split thigh dress sort of thing with that? Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
it
I'm just
is.
throwing ideas
This
at you.
is only going to join up to here, and then it's going to be split from there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be
Yep.
split from
Look.
here.
Just. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
On
That.
both
Okay.
sides.
So the side split. Okay.
On
Oh.
both
Okay. On both
sides.
sides. Okay.
On both
Yep.
sides, yeah. And so this is, I got to angle it up. There's the front. It's very distorted.
Yeah.
This is very distorted.
That
So
I
that's the
saw
front.
this bit before, so that's okay.
There you go. And that's the back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Have you seen the
Sewing is
fabric
such a
it's going to
lost
be in?
art. I have not.
No? All right. I'm going to get the fabric then.
Wait, hang on. That's
Got to
not the
show the
actual
fabric.
dress. That's like the just like the design first run.
Yeah, that's the draft slash.
Yeah.
Because it
Okay.
seems to have
Yeah.
worked out okay, I'll use it as the lining of the dress.
Oh yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, we reuse our resources around here.
Oh yeah. No. Trust me. I know.
It's
What?
sparkly.
Oh.
This is what it's
Oh
actually.
wow.
That's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, me either.
So wait, where are you wearing this to?
Well, we're gonna try and go to the NAIDOC ball. Is the plan?
What the heck? What is that?
The NAIDOC ball in July in Nam is the one we're thinking about going to. So NAIDOC week happens every year. And there's usually a
Yep.
ball around the same time that's put on for local Indigenous organisations to celebrate the work that they do. And the NAIDOC ball in Nam is in July.
Yep. Okay. Wow, cool.
I don't know if Tam has read the chat, but man, I hope she does soon. Why? What's happened? The national ball is in Adelaide, but Narn should have their own thing. What happened? What I got to read the chat now, don't I? I got to go read the chat. But I just want to obsess over this fabric some more. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Look at the pinned comment. Oh God. Okay, quick. What? Over to this screen. Here we go. Your hand looked like a labia for a second. When it just popped in, like, how was I holding it? You got a pin. First pin's hand labia. Oh, okay. So I missed this conversation completely. That happens so often. All the fun stuff happens in the chat, and I'm never even aware that it's happening. It's gotten a bit dreary outside. Maybe I need to go pick up. No, they're not. They're not. The bus hasn't even gone past yet. They're not home yet. Her hand looked like a labia.
No, they're good. They're on the bus. They're fine. They'll be right.
They'll be fine.
Look, like you said before, they enjoy it. They get off at the stop with their friends. They enjoy it. It's clear. As boys, like, trust me, I know because I would, like, when I did eventually catch the bus, I did the same thing. I would get off at a different stop to walk with my mates for an extra 10 minutes, even if it meant an extra 10-minute walk home. You know?
Well, and honestly, and he gets so annoyed at me when I baby him. Like, he goes, Mom, like, I do this. I don't need you to fucking... Like, he gets very, you know...
Yeah, but you're a mum, so he... Put it this way, as long as he understands there's a nice balance between you being a mum and him having a bit of freedom, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think with this bus thing, you're doing all right. Yeah.
He's all right. He's all right. He does annoy the shit out of me, but he's all right. God.
But have you ever Go on. Go. No, you were flowing. Honestly, your boy.
I just, okay.
Yeah,
I
go.
love him to absolute death, but he's just at this age at the moment where he constantly wants reassurance, but also wants to be able to tell me that he doesn't need me, he doesn't need reassurance. Like, he keeps putting on this big tough guy act, but at the same time, like, you know, so the first day I let them catch the bus home, I was really nervous. They missed the stop. The bus driver took a wrong turn. Like, Malachi was trying to explain to him that they missed their spot and they had to get off. I was trying to call him on the emergency phone I'd given him. They don't take it every day. He only was allowed to take it because it was their first day catching the bus.
Yeah.
And I was trying to call him on that emergency phone. And when he got home, like, we had this massive, because I yelled at him when I went and picked him up, and I was like, you just hung up on me. Like, he goes, Mum, what? And just hung up on me. And yeah, they are very, very amazing children. And when I said to him, you know, just hung up on me, blah, 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 he goes, Mum, that phone was so that I could call you if there was an emergency, not so that you could bother me. I was trying to fix the situation. You kept interrupting me, and I was trying to get something done, and you were making it so much more complicated. Like, that was supposed to be if I needed to call you, not so that you could harass me. And I was like, oh shit, he's right. Like,
Wait, did he use, like, all of these words to some degree?
Yeah.
Like, was he able to articulate all of this?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah, like, he's right, like you said. Like, that's amazing. That's amazing.
And I had to fucking apologize to my 8-year-old. I was like, you're right. Mummy freaked out. I had no reason to freak out. You knew where you were. You know the neighborhood. I could even hear him in the background say to the bus driver, it's fine. This is my dad's house. I know where I am. I know how to get to my mum's house from here. Because that's how I knew where to go to get them. I got in the car and went to go and find them.
Yeah.
So even in hindsight, looking back at it, I was like, I was reacting out of fear, not...
You were being... Hang on, you were being a mother.
But I was reacting. I wasn't acting like a mother. I was reacting. And my 8-year-old, and that's the thing, my kids pull me up on that shit all the time. That's what he did. He pulled me up on it. He said, you know, I didn't need you. There wasn't an emergency. You were acting like there was an emergency and there was no emergency. And I was like, yep, okay, yep, Mum's fault. Shut up, Tamara.
Well, look, I mean, I'm not a parent, but I imagine parenting is as much as like it's a learning experience for you as much as for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're teaching me as well. And I think it's important to remember that even as a parent that you don't know what you're doing. Don't act like you know what you're doing all the time, and be open to having your kids pull you up on shit because you don't know
Yeah,
what you're doing. He's my eldest. He's been doing this as long as I have, you know? Learn to
yeah,
respond and
that's
limit
actually a really good
reaction.
point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm overly protective as well, Amy, and that comes from my dad. And I saw him doing it with my kids a lot. But he's overprotective in the way that he will turn around and scream in my kid's face to the point of my kid peeing their pants to stop them playing with a lighter. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like
Okay.
it's just very. He would rather traumatize you than risk. Like I was so traumatized about walking.
Mm,
To this day, I cannot walk on jetties because of how badly traumatized I was as a 3-year-old the first time my parents ever took me to the ocean, like in Fremantle, because we lived up in Kununurra,
yeah.
so we had the water, but it's like, it's kind of, it's different. You don't, yeah, it's different. Anyway, it's just not
Okay.
the same as having a jetty that you're never in the middle of the ocean having been just on dry land 5 seconds before. There's not that sort of, here's a jetty that can drop you into the deep blue sea. There's a lot of like mud flats and stuff up there. Like there's a lot of shallow beach and shallow water and water holes and,
Right.
you know, water that's quite nice to go swimming in and not have to stress about. So, um, yeah, you'll always see your kids as your kids. Yeah. But the first time my
Mm,
parents had ever taken me to a jetty, I was like 3 or 4. And my dad like lost his fucking shit because he was convinced I was going to go over the edge. And to this day, I cannot walk on jetties. And my kids, I struggle with my kids being able to walk on jetties. That was my dad's form
yeah.
of protecting me. Never been to the Bunbury Jetty, Bustleton Jetty, would not fucking. Like, everyone's like, it's a brilliant tourist attraction. Why? Who wants to walk out and just be able to drop off into the deep blue sea? No, 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 thank you.
No, yeah, it's not my. It wouldn't draw me there.
No.
Unless there was
Fair enough.
pirates involved, actually. If there was pirates, then that'd be okay.
Yeah, I think. Oh, Yetis, jetties, pirates and jetties. I think there's yeah, our parents are always just trying to do the best thing they can by us. And I think as long as they're trying, I don't think all parents are always trying though, definitely. There are parents who, like, I have had moments and I had a moment on Sunday with my kid because my kid and I are both neurospicy in the same kind of way. We clash in the same sort of way. And we had a situation where we were clashing quite badly. Um, and he kept running past doing something and it was going to break something. And I was saying, you know, stop it, stop it, stop it. And he kept going and he was beyond listening. And I was beyond, like, I was triggered to the point that I was beyond talking. And he just was not, like, he was in animal mode, I call it. I know it sounds like a bad,
Yep.
especially being autistic, referring to another autistic person's overwhelmed state as being animal mode, I know sounds really terrible, and I do not
I
ever
mean,
do this.
it's a it's a simplification of the situation, is it not?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Ballistic
yeah,
mode,
don't.
maybe it would be a better way
Yeah.
to describe it. But it's like, in order to be able to snap him out of that, the only thing I can do is go to 100. And it's like, I'm not capable of talking and reasoning anymore. So then I turn around and I get in his face and I scream and I said,
Yeah.
"Stop, you're going to break it." And it stops him and he bolts and he leaves the space and he goes and but then he stopped and he started crying. It was like he broke him out of that space where he had that
Mm,
tension and he didn't know how to resolve it. So he broke him out of that and then he started crying. So then I started crying.
I mean, like that's a good reaction. That's a good reaction right there. No one is gonna look twice about this if your child started crying and then you started crying. I think you're okay.
It was just so like,
Well, like you said, you both sort of clash, so it's two
oh
positives
yeah,
going at each other. It's gonna get sort
yeah.
of, and then you just sort of you both de-escalate the same way, and then before you know it, it's all okay again.
Oh my
You look,
kid is me. He is a carbon copy of me, which which is why I get like I'm like it's actually quite I find it quite easy to parent him. But when
yeah,
we both get into that particular point where we're both overwhelmed, and
yep,
Sundays is always breaking point for me because Sundays is cleaning day.
yeah, okay. A lot on the table, or at least a lot
Yeah.
that shouldn't be on the table.
Yeah, yeah. A lot that I got to get off the table. Put back where it fucking goes. Um,
Yep,
but yeah, so Sundays was already overwhelming for me, and he was irritated by a few different things that had been happening, and we were just, it was not going well. It was not going
yeah,
particularly well, and it doesn't happen very often. I think I reckon I could count on one hand the amount of times that I've actually lost it like that with either of my kids, like both of them on one hand. And not because I'm a super
yeah.
parent, but just because I literally just tell my kids to go away. When it gets to that point that I get irritated with them, I tell them, I'm like, no, you're pissing me off now. Go away before I lose my shit. Like, go away before I lose my
That's
shit.
fair. I mean, look, they're tiny humans, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you're their adult. You got to sort of give them a little bit more to like get them ready for the adult world out there. I mean,
Yeah. And there will
and you
be
have to
people.
cohabitate.
You do. And I've said this to my kids too. I said, there are people out there who you do this to them, they'll just turn around and punch you in the face.
Yep,
But
yep.
that's going to be the way that they respond when you jump in their way. They're not going to get in your face and say, stop it, you'll break it. They'll just punch you in the
No.
fucking face. And then
Yeah,
my
yeah.
kid goes, I'll call the police and get them arrested. I said, what, when you wake up from the coma after you get up from the
Or
floor?
hey,
You're still going to be punched
tell
in
him
the face.
it's not just that. Like in that situation, right? As well, for you to be put in a position where you're going to get punched in the face, there's a lot of leverage there, and the fact that
Yeah.
the calling the police in that situation, it's not an option because you've been so terrified into thinking that that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I think you're
And I've
doing
said that
really
to them
well
as
as a parent.
well. I've said that to them as well, mate. I was like, mate, if you are in a fight and the police rock up, they're going to arrest you too. What do you think? Don't just like,
Yeah,
what do you...
they slap handcuffs on everyone. They cuff everyone,
Handcuffs
ask
for
questions
you,
later.
handcuffs
Like,
for you.
yeah, it's like Oprah handing out free cars. Same thing.
This is the same kid who hides whenever a cop car goes down our road, mind you. Like, fuck yeah, you're calling the cops, mate. Whatever. Sure.
Look,
You're more
at
scared
least
of
he's
them than they are
aware of.
you.
At least he's aware that in the situation where he knows that he should call the police, that he has that option available to him. Like he
Yeah.
may hide, but he's smart enough to go, hang on, I need the police, I'll call the police. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and because again, like he unfortunately has lived in a situation where, like I've dealt with family domestic violence in situations where I have not got the police involved, and in
yeah,
situations where I have got the police involved. And as someone, when you
yeah,
are a victim of FDV, there is a certain amount of power that you're able to take back when you are able to get the police involved.
yes,
Unfortunately, it would be better if you could get that power back without getting them involved. Like that would be much better.
yeah,
Um, but unfortunately, that is how you get the ball rolling on the whole criminal justice system. I need someone to let this person know that they're not allowed to keep treating me that way, and they don't respect me saying it's not enough. So, and they
Yep.
help with so much stuff. Like they got the locks on my house changed. They got cameras put up for me. They got they helped me because the other thing was too is that when he left, he took all the money out of all the bank accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So they helped
Mm-hmm.
me get some of that back so that I could pay the mortgage and, do all that sort of stuff. Because I was trying to work still at the same time while all this was going on. He didn't have a job.
Did he? Can I
No.
ask? Did he did all of that, and you like knowing you were taking care of the kids, like basically
Yeah.
knowing that by taking all that money away, he was putting your children
Yeah.
at a disadvantage. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Right.
he did. I had the kids. He did. In his mind, I had a job, and so he was allowed to drain our savings account because he didn't have a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
In his mind, right? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. In his mind.
That's an interesting way.
Interesting
I'd
case
like
to
to
be.
explore that mind, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny too because anytime I tell anyone this, that he'll turn around and go, "Yeah, but you got me kicked out of the house and I didn't even have a job." And I say, "Yeah, but you lost your job because you were fucking the 18-year-old in the back room of the office."
I mean, I know I shouldn't laugh because sorry, that was insensitive.
No, well, that's exactly
Um.
what Belle just said. This is the thing. I'm not supposed to be talking about this on here. I'm not supposed to be talking about this on here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we shouldn't.
No,
Okay. So look,
it's fine. I'll delete later. Felt fun. Might delete
hang
later. I
on.
have to edit it
Why don't
anyway.
we can flip this? We can flip the script here. How's he stepping up? As you said that he's changing and stuff. What
Yeah,
have you
he
noticed in
is.
terms of change?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, for example, I mean, we still have our issues, no doubt. But for example,
Yeah.
recently, he's become a lot more aware of how many expenses are involved with owning a house. He's
Yep.
been contributing a set amount to the household for the mortgage, for the kids, for water rates, for the house
Yeah.
insurance. So all of the
Yep.
house expenses that come with owning a mortgage, plus child
Yep.
support. I've been getting a grand total of $200 a week from him. And
Okay.
he was complaining a lot about that because he was sort of saying he couldn't afford it. And even brought it up and said, I'm not going to be able to help you out for a few weeks because my housemate's moving out. So I'm going to be down $200 a week when they move out. And I was like, no, that's a you problem. You don't get to turn around and make
Yeah.
that a me problem. You still have to pay your mortgage. Like, are you asking for my help? Because no, I can't help you. I don't have the funds to be able to
Yeah.
help you. That's
That's
not going to
that's
work.
his part of the mortgage is his legal obligation to the bank, not yours.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
Hmm.
our mortgage, if you add all together what all of the expenses are for the interest, the water rates,
Yep.
the insurance, not house and contents insurance, the
No.
the mortgage insurance, you have to
LMI.
have. Yeah, you oh no,
Lender's mortgage insurance.
lender's mortgage insurance we had to pay all up front. That cost 10 grand up front. But
Okay.
no, you have to have insurance with like RAC in case the house burns down so that the bank's mortgage, their investment is protected or they won't give you a mortgage, and you have to have it for the
Yep.
life of the loan. So all of those
Yep.
expenses that come with having a mortgage, I add it all together and you're looking at about $800 a week, a bit over $800 a week.
40K a year. 4160.
Yeah, which is fine. It's not, not a problem. But
No, that's
he was saying he didn't want to pay $200 for a house that he didn't even get to live in.
but yeah. Well, he's financially uneducated, isn't he? Because
Yeah,
in the
yeah, and
situation where you own a part of a house that you don't live in, you still get an asset.
absolutely. And this is what I was explaining to him, that even as a tenant, I am
Mm.
paying more than just the mortgage. So if I was a tenant, I would only have to pay rent. So you can charge me $600 a week, no worries for rent. but you have to
Yeah.
pay all those other expenses, including replacing the exhaust fan in the bathroom, which I had to do a few weeks ago, including
Yep.
fixing the blinds in the front lounge, which I had to do a few weeks ago, including replacing the decking at the back, which I've had to do. But he's now actually changing his tune a lot around that. So it's now more paying a lot more attention to the expenses and stuff. Hasn't complained
That's
once in the
good.
last few weeks about, yeah, like very, he's, and it does,
Little
I get
things.
frustrated because it takes a lot of explaining to get him to that
Yeah.
point. But once we get to that point, he does get it. Like I said, like he hasn't come in the house once since we had that chat. He's knocked and waited outside and waited to be allowed inside every time. He's, like, and
Respect.
yeah, and and again, like you've got to understand as well that like narcissism is a mental health disorder the same way bipolar is. This is someone
Yeah.
who's actively trying to change their behavior, and it is frustrating, and I feel frustrated because I want to be able to whinge about the bad behavior because it's not an excuse for the bad behavior, and I want to be able to just be
Hang
like,
on.
oh, this fucker.
Does he have like narcissistic personality disorder, or does he
Yes.
just suffer from like narcissism? Okay. That's
No.
okay. That's
So
yep. That's it.
when I've
Hang
been
on.
trying to
Do
get him to
we?
go to a psych for years, yeah.
Yeah.
When I started going to the psych down here, they immediately were like, "It sounds like he's got narcissism," and I said, "Yes, I identified this years ago. His mother
Yeah.
is very
Yeah.
narcissistic. Like he has very narcissistic tendencies. I wasn't sure if it was narcissism or narcissistic tendencies, but anyway." But again, don't want to go too much into somebody else's mental health or whatever. But
No. 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 No.
when
I just
I
feel like
had,
I just feel like it's very important to differentiate between like
yeah,
narcissistic personality disorder and
yes,
people having
and people
narcissistic
just being
traits.
assholes. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is,
I think it's very
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, no, this is someone who has a mental health issue that they
mate.
have not been working on for many years and are now taking responsibility for and are working on. So,
That's great. I mean,
yeah,
baby
absolutely,
steps.
it is. Hey,
Like it's baby steps, like in the sense that accountability and you've noticed progress, even if it's
yes.
small, it's good.
Oh, absolutely. And it's, I know it sounds weird, but it isn't even like it is little. It is actually quite a big thing to recognize that somebody else has a boundary that you should respect regardless of how you feel about it. Is quite a big thing for someone with NPD. Like it's
Yeah,
quite a big thing to put somebody else's need for an imaginary line over what you
yeah,
view as your right. Like it looks very little on the surface, but it is a really big deal. And it's hard because you look at all the stuff that they've done and it is fundamentally abusive, but you look at the
yeah,
person trying to work on themselves and you're like, but this is again why I talk about why we need more funding and support for people in FDV situations for perpetrators. But people don't want to
yeah,
fund programs for perpetrators because it's like, oh, but we want all the money to go to the victims. It's like, but a lot of
yeah,
perpetrators wouldn't continue to be perpetrators if they had the right help and support. And if we can stop the cycle, instead of rescuing victims, why don't we just stop the gun from going off,
yeah. I completely get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Um,
Can you be a nice narcissist where they only do how their feelings
that's
work and
called a
can't?
mask.
Yeah, they can learn to mask and they can learn. But the other thing is, so I had someone tell me that they thought that I was a narcissist. And I went to my psych and I was like, fuck, am I a narcissist? And my psych said to me, Tamara, your 8-year-old is able to pull you up on stuff and have you reflect and go, yep, you're right, that was a dick move, I'm sorry. No, narcissists aren't capable of that. It's really, and a lot of us, when she explained it to me as well, I really understood it. She's like, we all have to protect our ego because if we don't protect the ego death is like the depths of depression. Ego death is I don't deserve to be alive. Like we all need to protect our ego in some respect. And for a narcissist, their ego is actually so fragile, they can't take any hit to their ego. Any sort of any sort of need to reflect on themselves is very damaging
Not
for
even
them. Like they
possible.
cannot handle it. Yeah, it's not even possible. And it is because they have such a fragile ego. It's not because they're full of themselves, but it's actually because they're quite damaged in themselves. So they need a lot of love and care and patience to help them build up their confidence and their resilience so that they can handle having their ego attacked. So they really have to get that confidence built up before they can even start dealing. And who wants to sit around building up the confidence of someone who treats you like that, who doesn't even spend any time considering your feelings? Like, no one wants to be like, you're a great person, asshole, who doesn't see any point in allowing me to shower in peace. Like, you know,
Jesus.
it's hard to do, but yeah. And it was funny because every single psych has just straight away been like, no, like to me, and been able to explain why. Hey, kiddos are home. And when
Hey.
he asked the question, his answer was, we don't like to put labels on these things because psychs don't like to label it because it
No.
often causes a rejection of the label. And again, it's that ego damage, deflection, no, like but whereas he is willing to admit that he has NPD and that he needs to work on himself, and that is one of the biggest fucking hurdles to overcome. So the fact that he's even examining it and trying,
It's the first step.
no, the roof's not leaking. All right, make sure you go hang your uniforms up to dry. Hey, you're drenched.
It started raining out there.
Oh, did it? Damn it! I should have come and got ya. I'm just gonna turn that down a little bit. I don't need everyone, all the noise in the whole house being picked up. Yeah, the examining and trying is a very good sign, and it's a very big deal as well. Like, it is a very, very big deal. So as frustrating as it is, and as irritating as it is, and this is the thing too, for me, it's really difficult because I had to deal with the shit for so long, and now it's like, oh, we've been separated for a year, and he's overturning this new leaf and doing all this stuff, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I just want to rage about the bastard you've been for the last decade and a half.
But as well, hang on, it's been a year as well. Like, take that into consideration. I mean, it's all nice and just keep giving it a bit of time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not in any way, shape, or form. And this is the thing. Like, we'll never, ever, 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 ever be getting back together ever again, because
Oh, no.
yeah,
I mean, I think you've learned that one.
Yeah, I forgave him. I took him back for cheating more than once, and yeah, didn't want to listen. See, you know that cone you told me not to pack? I still haven't had it, and it was over an hour ago that I packed it.
Good on you.
I told you, I just forget about them. I forget they are even there when they're packed. Yeah, we are never, ever, ever getting back together. Absolutely not. But for the sake of the kids, I think it's really important that he does keep trying, you know?
Well, he's their, like, I mean, he is their father. Like,
Exactly.
he needs to take that responsibility properly.
Seriously, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other problem as well is, unfortunately, that because they tend to need that, like, someone to give them that self, you know, they need someone to, they're not really able to love themselves. They need someone else to give them that. Like, they tend to need to be in relationships, and they tend to move on quite quickly in, like, to other relationships. Like, when they tend to forget about their old families and create new ones. So I would like him to undo a lot of that thinking before he goes off and creates a new family for their sake. You know, they don't deserve that. So.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah.
Aww.
And now they're home.
Oh, that's good. They're all wet.
They are. That means it's time for me to get off, isn't it? Is it time for me to get off? Yep. Thumbs up. Oh, at least it's a dry cough.
I was about to say, who's coughing?
That's them coughing, yeah.
Don't have mum's cough.
No. They did. That's where I caught it from.
Ah. Children.
Oh, did you sing the yeah part? Yeah, yeah. We are never, ever, ever getting back together. I'm going to go put some Tay-Tay on now. I'm going to go and chill, listen to the kitties.
Enjoy
have
the
a whatever
afternoon,
their day was
evening.
like. Yeah, spend some time with my kitties. I've missed them. It's been a... But I was going to ask if you guys wanted to do Void After Dark this evening, if that was something that people wanted to do later on, probably in 4 hours' time. If anyone is interested, let me know. I'll be hand sewing. That's what I'll be doing. Might be too late for everyone else by then, but after the kids are in bed. I love the fact that I've got
4
it set
hours.
up now so that they can wander around and they don't have to worry about the camera catching them. You know?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. I don't have to stress. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Anything that was in your lunchbox you can eat. Tell them Auntie Bell loves them. Auntie Bell says she loves ya. All right. We're going to log off now. Thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you as well. I'm going to call you Tim because my children are here.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, that is my name.
Thanks for joining me for a chat this afternoon. 10
That's
p.m.
cool. Always a
Eastern
pleasure.
States time, 8 p.m. our time. We're going to be going live and I'm going to be sewing. And maybe if I can get this done over a couple of live streams, I'll model it for you. Hey? But yeah, we've got our 24-hour, and we've got to plan our 24-hour live stream too. I've got to get that done. So all of that will be happening. All of that fun will be happening. But all right. See you later.
Good to see
I
ya.
remember the voice now.
Always good for a chat.
Yeah, always up for a good chat. And
Yeah.
got the music coming in and banners going up. Is it? Is it gonna go up? There it is.
Yep, there it is.
See you everyone. Bye. Like, share, subscribe.